The next step on the Majors calendar takes us back to the roundy rounds. Yes, we're oval racing tonight. Not only are we going oval racing, however, we're headed right to NASCAR's heart, Charlotte Motor Speedway. Come along for tonight's Majors America's World 600, 400 laps, 600 miles, and a bunch of American horsepower. Welcome to Pit Stop TV in the virtual Concord, North Carolina. My name is Andrew I can't even say my own name today. Andrew Cardinale IV. There we go. With Zach Murtis alongside, and it's a pleasure to join you for coverage of the 2025 Majors Series. Today's coverage from Charlotte is brought to you by the Majors Series, Majors Garage, and by Whiplash Simcams. And warm-up is down to the final 5 minutes. We are right down to the final moments before we go racing for the third and final split of 3 great races this weekend. We had the International split, the Euro split. We've got America's now on tap for 600 miles, 400 laps at America's home for racing. Zach, I'm glad to be here. I know you are as well. Charlotte Motor Speedway is near and dear to both of us. We spent a lot of time at this facility, a lot of time inside the walls, outside the walls, and just enjoying this place and all it has to offer. That said, we're going back in time a little bit to the 2008 scan of this racetrack. So this track map isn't even, that you see on the screen, isn't even perfectly to the time. This is the track map we use for the current day Charlotte Motor Speedway. So imagine a few less infield layouts going on, and that's about what you've got. Take away the chicanes as well. And we're just going back in time about a decade and a half to the old Charlotte Motor Speedway with the yellow walls and everything. We're going to have some fun tonight.
You know, Andrew, I love this racing facility. It's one of my favorite racing facilities on the calendar. Any racing series that comes here, I feel like absolutely benefits from the layouts that Charlotte Motor Speedway has. But, you know, I'm going to be a little nostalgic here. I mean, with NASCAR Throwback Weekend, too, I do miss these yellow walls. I love the red, white, and blue, America's home for racing, but these yellow walls, they've got a little personal bias, if you know what I mean. I do love my yellow.
I also love these yellow walls and miss them very much, but you know, the new ones, they look great too. Regardless, we're here for Gen 4 cars at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and I say Gen 4 cars, what does that mean? We're going back in time on the car as well, to the more classic Gen 4 style NASCAR Cup car. Here's a look at it for Christian Challenger in the number 1. This is the steel body, high horsepower, low downforce Gen 4 car of about 2007, 2008, 2009, even in the NASCAR Nationwide Series and the ARCA Series. So we're going back in time in multiple regards, and this is a fun look at what used to be in the NASCAR Cup Series.
Yeah, and don't forget the skew, Andrew. The skew on these cars is what gives them a lot of side force, especially what you see here. Christian Challenger going down the back straightaway off of turn number 2. Look at how much it's skewed from the nose. The nose is not necessarily centered on these race cars. It's pointed a little bit over. That's what creates the visual indicator somewhat of the skew. And then you can see on the right-hand side of where that skew is as he makes a bold entry down into the pit lane. That was pretty hefty right there. But, you know, I think the cool thing, too, is that a lot of these guys are giving us a couple of throwback paint schemes as well, not just with throwing back to these older style race cars, but throwing it back to the paint schemes of old that used to be on these race cars. So it really feels like we're back in 2007 right now.
Yeah, it does a little bit. It's an interesting little throwback that we got going on this weekend. And I don't know if the Major Series designed it that way, but it sure worked out that way, didn't it? Let's take a look back at the schedule, actually, before we go too far in race coverage. The schedule for this season is all over the place in the best of ways, right? We started with the Daytona 2.4 IMSA classes on track on the road course at Daytona. That was round 1. Then we went to the NASCAR 1987 cars on the Daytona Oval for round 2. Those were a lot of fun, but then it's down to GT World Challenge action last month in the month of March at Road America. Now we've got the World 600 here at Charlotte. Next up, it's the month of May, so of course we've got to go Speedway 500 racing with the IndyCar at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Then it's right into Le Mans action with the Le Mans 2.4, followed by the Majors 24. Then, Zach, we get to mix things up a little more properly. Some smaller events thrown in, like the World Series of Asphalt, Petite Le Mans. We've even got the Southern 500 on the schedule. And then the final 2 events, both road course events, the Bathurst 500 with Gen 3 supercars, and the Japanese Grand Prix with Super Formula cars. Now, That's going to be different from what you saw early this morning with the Japanese Grand Prix in Formula One. It's going to be a different race car, but still the same style of racing.
Early this morning, he says, not 10 o'clock going on 11 o'clock last night, 1 a.m. Some of us did not want to watch live while we were working, but that was a weird time frame. Japan, it's what is it? They're about 8 or 9 hours ahead of us over here on the East Coast.
More than that, many hours ahead of us. But regardless, it's when it's night here, it's day there, and vice versa. But that will take us to the end of practice and of warm up here in the Majors 600, and I'm just glad to be here, Zach. This is a really good look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in its prime.
I miss those rear grandstands. I feel like back straightaway grandstands.
Yes, and I feel like it's still in its prime now, which is weird because it was in its prime then. It's in its prime now. I feel like the different racing options you have there, different circuits, different courses you can run there at this point in time, kind of make it.
Don't forget the new 10/10ths Motor Club just across the street.
That's right. Well, we've got cars hitting the racetrack, ready to go racing this evening. We've got 33 in total out of 36 that qualified for the top split. So let's go through your starting order with the Lucky Performance starting grid. And on pole, Ross Banfield in that 777. We know he's quick in these events. We know he's one to watch. He qualified fastest of them all in America's region. He's going to be one to watch, of course, as this race gets going. So he rolls off first alongside Dallas Mataska, who we also know is oh so good in these races. Just behind, you'll find James Morris in the 351 and Nathan Dow, your points leader. We haven't even covered points yet. We missed that. We'll have to talk about it here when the race gets going. Starting 5th, it'll be Jason Wallet. 6th, Lionel Callisto. 7th will be Brian Barnes. 8th, Chris Willard. 9th, Wyatt Gray. And 10th, Austin O'Neill.
As the pace car gets rolling, Ryan Steele will roll off in the 11th spot with Brendan Polt to his outside, rolling off 12th position on the grid. Eric Della Riva, in the 13th starting spot with Christian Chalanier to his outside, rolling off in that 14th spot. 15th and 16th on the grid, you'll find Brian Bennett and Wayne Hutchinson, and then 17th and 18th on the starting grid tonight as well. You will find Scott Kennedy and Tom Abramatis, and then in the 19th and 20th position, Robert Nash and Jackson Wade, but we still got 13 cars to roll through.
And they are as follows: Sebastian Jackson, Ray Partridge, Bob Beltrami, Kevin Hill, Brian McGreevy, Austin Peterson, 226 cars, then Nick Kuhn and Robert Northway, and finally Greg McEnany and Eric Sarapoli to complete your top 30, followed by Dan Dolson, Lynn Kinchlow, and Christian Abate to make your 33-car field. Quickly, let's take a look at the Whiplash Simcam's race details. It's a 400-lap, 600-mile race. Unlimited tires in the pit lane. That's what these drivers like to hear. 100% fuel, open setup, 1 fast fix, 0 green-white checkers with the Lucky Dog enabled.
We're going right to the end. No extensions to this race. It's going to be a good show, I do guarantee, Andrew. Let's lead them off at turn number 4 to the green flag.
Into the Geico restart zone. We'll turn the music down and turn the engines up. We're racing in the Majors World 600. Down the backstretch, James Morris, Dallas Mataska, the first side-by-side. They work into turn number 3, but the leader, Ross Banfield, gets away.
Side-by-side race in action through the field. You see them getting single file throughout the back half of the field, but as they tick across the line, the fight for second quickly dissolves as Dallas Mataska takes over sole control of that second spot. The first battle on track, got a little tongue-tied there, is the battle for 5th. That's between Dowd and what looks to be Wallet as they go down in turn number 3.
On board with Nathan Dowd. He drops in behind Morris and works on the wall here. Wallet falling behind. Crash back at the 4. Brian Barnes in the wall hard.
That's a big impact. A couple of cars going through the grass and miss. Didn't think we'd see a caution this early in the race, Andrew, as that car rolls off of the wall. Oh, look at that right side, or left side, excuse me. It is absolutely killed.
Gonna look back at what happened to Brian Barnes out of turn number 4. This is out of turn 2 alongside the 32, it looks like. That's gonna be Chris Willard in the 32. 722 of Wyatt Gray right behind. And off the corner, Barnes comes up a little bit, but you saw the wiggle out of the 32 of Willard. It's hard to say which driver moved more, but they met in the middle for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a hard call there for race control as they take a look at it. A couple of drivers that just wanted to have a good run tonight. I'm sure everybody wants to have a good run tonight. Looking on Wyatt Gray, from that angle, it looks more like Barnes came up a little bit more. But like you said, Andrew, it's just hard to tell with the 32 having a bit of a wiggle there. It really creates an interesting circumstance for race control to have to deal with this.
Slow it down a little bit here in the middle of the corner and let this play out on the replay. What you'll see is the 32 of Willard bobble right here. He comes down and Barnes kind of tracks out as you would expect. Unfortunately, that ends up in Barnes heading to the outside wall very, very quickly. And the Dog Bear Bark, number 4, got some trouble here early. The good news is there's a fast fix in the pit lane. He can get that car repaired, get back out there. But now you got to go 400 laps just about without a fast repair in the bank.
Well, I can certainly tell you that race control has also made their decision clear on the matter. They are sending the 32 to the end of the line for causing the collision.
And I think what's going through race control's mind there is the 32 hung off of the wall just a little bit, trying to keep it off the safer barrier, and likely, deviated more from the racing line. I think is what race control is going with there. And I can't disagree, but that's a difficult call to make. That's a really difficult spot to be in, and I hope racers understand that when they get that ruling handed upon them, because I don't think Willard's going to be happy with it. I wouldn't be, but at the same time, that's a difficult spot to be in.
That it is. I would not want to be put in that spot myself. As you see Willard going all the way to the back, and that's not how you want to get this race started. But, Andrew, we've got 600 miles of racing. We're only 5 laps in. What is that? It's a mile and a half, so 3 miles for 2 laps. We're only 6 miles into this race. No, 7.5.
Look, you're the one that always signs yourself up to do this math. I don't know why. You always say you hate doing math, and then you do math anyways in these broadcasts.
Look, man, I'm a complicated person sometimes, okay? I do what I can.
I want to give a big thank you to Majors Garage for having us here this evening for this America split of the Majors World 600. Been a good time so far. I mean, we're only a few laps in, but ready to get this race underway properly and get some green flag racing in. Hopefully that's always the hope. Let's give it a shot here into the Geico restart zone and down to the start and finish line. Green flag is back out at Charlotte. Down the backstretch, side by side here with Callisto and Pataska. And then everybody else trying to jockey to their position into the corner. Turns 3 and 4, highly banked. They loop us back around to complete that first lap under green.
Side by side once again for the second spot, though. Pataska trying to hang on. He got clear in the early stages of this race. Well, still in the early stages of this race, but he got clear before the caution came out, and he's going to try to do it again, getting that draft off of Banfield. You see the rest of the drivers falling in. Not a lot of drivers running that bottom line, at least on the back straightaway, trying to make some moves best they can. Pataska cleared for the second spot, and now he's challenging for the race lead.
Pataska looks to the inside of that wireframe 777. Banfield went fastest that lap. Pataska goes faster, though. And Pataska is going to have the spot, I think. No. Side by side still. And they will stay just like that. Lockstep formation, Goodyear to Goodyear, into turn number 3.
1 and 2 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway can be ever so tricky. The outside line tends to be very powerful going down the back straightaway, but the inside line tends to be pretty good through 3 and 4. You can see that now as we cross the line. At the line, Andrew, that was really, really close. Banfield led Pataska in that lap by only about 4 one-thousandths of a second.
You see Callisto looking his chops, just waiting behind these guys. Then Morris in 4th and Dowd in 5th. next caution or something like that, we'll take a look at the point standings and show you just the lead that Nathan Dowd has. That's pretty sizable as the lights come on here all of a sudden at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Oh, we're getting into the nighttime hours. You know, that reminds me, Andrew, have we talked about the weather conditions for today?
No, we have not. Weather conditions looking as such. Overcast skies. You don't see that very often. We hardly ever see that graphic pop up with just the cloud, but 73.5 degrees in the air, 79.0 degrees on the track as we work lap number 10 here.
Now, we had a couple of cars actually tap the wall off of turn number 2 towards the inside of the top 10. I'm not sure who that was back there, but it created a bit of a separation here. It's that little pack running right there at the end of the top 10. Then you see what is about a second pack right here. There's the separation. And who is that in that Tony Stewart throwback, Andrew? Because he's the one leading that second pack right now.
We'll find out shortly. Once this lead battle fizzles out, we'll look around the field and see some of these throwback paint schemes a little more. But right now, side by side still for the race lead, Pataska and Banfield. Pataska has got the advantage through 4. Works back onto the front stretch, and Pataska is going to lead that lap by just a hair, maybe 2. This holds Banfield up on the inside.
About 8 inches, you could say. 16/1000ths of a second separated them. And now, to the race lead, well and clear is Dallas Pataska. A couple more cars tapping the wall back there in that second pack. You know, and I got to ask your opinion on this one, Andrew, because I just thought of it myself. These guys are fighting side by side for a few laps now. Even though you do have unlimited sets of tires, you have as much that you can really dip into when it comes to your tire allotment. Do you really think it's still justified running side by side for a multitude of laps even this early in the race, fighting for that track position?
Oh, well, we're finding out quickly because Dowd just about, that was the 722 on the outside. That was Wyatt Gray, rather. Got the wall there off of turn number 2. Dowd's on his inside, and then you have Challoner working on his inside now as well. I think it's worth fighting in this opening, I want to say segment or stage because we're so used to it in NASCAR-style racing these days. But in this opening couple of runs, I think it's worth it. You've got to fight through the field a little bit and show these guys that you're not messing around. At the same time, you've got to stay respectful, stay cleaner in the early goings, and be conservative as well. So conservatively aggressive, I would say. I know that's a juxtaposition, but that's my best take on the matter.
Well, I hate to tell you, but that 722 we've had our focus on for the last few laps is not being very conservative. And in that way, I mean, he's not being very conservative with that right side against that outside retaining wall off turn number 2. So we'll have to wait and see if he's able to get that car a little bit more in line. Side-by-side battles tend to make it a little difficult, but down to the inside with a move here. That's Steele moving on Morris to take the position away, and that is going to be good for 4th position on the racetrack. And they get all single file running, chasing down those top 3 that have now pulled about a second over that 12 car.
Pass here, you see the Jason Wallet machine fall back a spot. That's the 589. Eric Dollarima moves up. And then you get back to that Tony Stewart throwback you were talking about, Zach, the number 92 of Tom Abramitis, the Giga Depot, number 92 Chevrolet Monte Carlo SS. Been a long time since I've said Chevrolet Monte Carlo, but boy, do I appreciate it here this evening. You have to appreciate what this league is doing. The Major Series running this older car on this older track. You just got to give it that nod of appreciation, that seal of approval. And love what these guys are doing here this weekend with this, again, throwback style event. It's so cool.
It's throwbacks all around this weekend. That's what you do love to see. Love seeing the appreciation for what a lot of people consider to be some of the golden age racing in NASCAR. We got a few drivers trying to replicate a few other golden age of NASCAR moments with passes in the grass back there. On board with the bluing machine of Robert Northway. He's running in the 20th spot right now, chasing down a few of the drivers right ahead of him. Currently right in front of him, though, that is going to be Partridge in the 8th. So they've got a little bit of work to do to get up towards the top 10. But you see Northway running a little bit on the lower end. He's getting some good exits, but it's interesting where he seems to be struggling, Andrew.
All I know, Zach, is this is my son's favorite paint scheme for sure, the bluing machine. I adore this thing. I don't know where the idea was come up with for this, but whoever painted this car did a good job, and we had to give it 15 seconds of fame here for Robert Northway. I saw him run it in the other regions. I know he ran the Euro split earlier, and I caught a little bit of that on GSRC. Couldn't catch much of the international race, unfortunately, on SimSpeed, but some really good racing around the weekend. I know that. As Northway works here at Partridge for what will be the 19th position. So Northway a little bit deep in the field, but we've seen a lot of Northway this season. I think we'll see a lot more of him as the season goes on and wears on. And I think before long, he's going to have this 19th position as one car goes way to the inside. Who was that down there? That's the 04 of Don Dolson. Dolson figures it out and gets clear of McEnany for the time being. Christian Ameda's back here as well, and McEnany moves back around the outside. All this is happening deep in the field, by the way. This is down for 30th position that we've fallen to. Eric Staropoli and Lynn Kinchlow are racing here. Staropoli grabs the wall, and one car is crashing. I saw the 14 involved. That was Bob Beltrami, but also it looks like Sebastian Jackson maybe. Yes, Sebastian Jackson, the 87, was that other car out of control.
No cars with any major damage. I say major. Ha! You know what? That could be a pun for the major series. Get it? Ha! Ha! I tried. In any case, this is about, I was shooting a lap or half a lap prior here. Focusing on Sebastian Jackson. See him running the high line here. Just a little bit out of the groove there, just about to the wall. Running the Larson line, as drivers like to call it. He taps the wall. Still riding the wall, comes off of it. Oh, that's a big impact.
Beltrami did a good job to keep that car out of the outside fence. That could have been a lot worse for the 14 car. Thankfully, just a bit of a side swipe, and he kind of carries on. But that was definitely unfortunate stuff going on for Jackson, and Jackson is dropping deeper in this field. He's at a 29th spot now and sinking like a rock. This is all the makings of one of those early runs where, Zach, you end up a lap down early and you just can't recover. If this run continues, I think he's going to end up a lap down soon.
He just might, and I will say it looks like that the incident has been protested to race control. The team has alerted race control to the lap number and the cars involved, and they're going to take a look and hand out any penalties necessary. Not sure what might come up of it, but we'll have to wait and see. Back up front, though, Pataska is driving away. He's got about a 6 to 7/10 of a second lead over Callisto, who is now gotten by Banfield. And now, we'll just have to wait and see how this race plays out for Banfield. He's falling deeper and deeper down the running order. I say that, he's only lost 2 spots, Andrew, but he's dropped back about 8/10 from Pataska.
Yeah, not much has changed up front. The hands have changed for second place, but that's about it. Otherwise, these guys are in kind of a running style. It isn't changing a whole lot. They're all single file, spread out across the racetrack, and this is what I miss in NASCAR, is these guys racing the racetrack for a longer period of time. We're going to see that over the course of this evening's race. These guys just battling with the racetrack, left to their own devices, and that's what you want to see in this style of race. That's what we're going for. It's an endurance race on an oval. These guys have just got to settle in and get the laps in.
Andrew, the new fan base might get a little mad at you for that. We like close quarters racing, high tense action,
well,
crazy calamity.
Eric Dallariva and Austin O'Neill were side by side off the corner. They get single file now, and Dallariva's got the spot. One car is slow, Christian Abates. I think having some connection difficulties, he dropped down the running order and came back all of a sudden, so that signifies to me he is having some connection blinks. And he has come back to us in the 27th position. Right on board with Austin O'Neill. And you'll hear this V8 scream down the front stretch. Watch the RPMs, 8,000, 8,500. About 9,000 RPMs into the corner. You don't see that often anymore. I mean, that is the kind of screaming engine you just want. Again, everything here is the right package. I gotta believe everything they've got going on this weekend is exactly what you want.
Yeah, a good friend of ours, David Levine, even says that he feels, and I believe we actually had this discussion when we were all hanging out on your birthday, Andrew, is he feels these were also the safest cars with just their ability to take an impact when it comes to how they were designed. I understand where he's coming from. I feel like there could have been some safety improvements on these cars a little bit more, but that's what we got the car of tomorrow for. We've had more and more safety advancements the more we've gone into the NASCAR side of things, and you know, the all-around racing product is, I agree with you, it is the best in this car. Is it hard to believe that there were actually people in 2002, 2003, and even 2004 that were angry with this style of racing, said the package was terrible? I am hard-pressed to believe that anyone would ever say that ever again.
Nostalgia does some wonderful things, let me tell you. Here's the 722 on the outside. Oh my gosh, Wyatt Gray just hangs on to the race car off the second corner. He actually makes the pass out of that, goes by Tom Abramidis, and again, one of the things I love about this race car is you can be crazily out of control off the corner and stay in the gas, and you can still pass somebody on the outside doing it. That was amazing right there. The way he just cleared Abramidis in the 92, it'd be hard-pressed to find that in today's world, but here we go. Side-by-side battle for second. Lionel Callisto falling back behind Ross Banfield, who seems to have done some tire saving earlier.
Yeah, Banfield seems to be coming back up through the field, and Steele is actually making his way to fight for that top three. You see Morris and Dowd right behind them, a little bit in the chase at the moment, on board with Ryan Steele. See just how much wheel he's putting into that car. And that's one of the things that I love about how these guys do their setups. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I still don't understand the full, what's the word I'm looking for here? The full benefit to making the wheel a little bit more offset to the right, so that way when you're going in the corner like Ryan Steele is now, it's at 12 o'clock, and then it's more towards 1, 2 o'clock down the straightaway. I don't see the full benefit in it, but for some reason it really helps these guys when it comes to the drivability of the race cars.
Well, it's that you don't have to turn quite as far to the left in the corner. Keep your hands in a more neutral position. You're not completely hand over hand in the center of the corner like you would have seen in the old days with the slower steering racks. But regardless, Ryan Steele working on the back end here of Lionel Callisto, and I love this driver's POV shot. I know Paul Martin, if he tunes in, he loves this shot as well. It shows you what the driver's doing and shows you that driver's POV so nicely, so eloquently. You can see everything going on inside and outside the race car. And you can see, Zach, that gap from first to second has lengthened by over a second since we last talked about it, up to 1.8 seconds and growing.
It just continues to grow. Pataska is expanding that lead as much as he possibly can. The fight for second, though, Andrew, I feel like he's really starting to heat up a little bit more. The fight behind them, though, side by side for the 5th spot, down the front straightaway. And they're quickly trying to chase down that front group. Down to the inside is Dowd, trying to make his name known in that 5th position, that is. It looks like he's going to do it.
Goes around Lionel Callisto, Nathan Dowd and James Morris battle. Dowd wins that fight. Ryan Steele moves up, but on the outside of Lionel Callisto here, a lot happening in the early goings of this Majors Americas World 600. This is one car I'm enjoying watching, the 12 of Ryan Steele from Dog Bear Racing. I don't know where he's been these early couple of rounds. Maybe he's just an oval guy, but he's really fun to watch right now, slowly, methodically moving his way through this field. Started back in the 11th position, up to 3rd now on lap 36 of 400. That's a really good stat so far. We've taken several onboards and we'll do it again as he chases Ross Banfield here down the backstretch. Banfield a little bit out of control. Just scraped the outside wall out of turn 2.
Steele seems to have a good car underneath him right now. He's really got everything working in the right direction for him. He hasn't been able to chase down Dallas Pataska just yet, but I think once you clear Banfield here, that's when we start to see that 12 car really shine, when he gets into a little bit more of cleaner air. You see Callisto right there on the back bumper. And now Dowd is all by himself trying to chase them down. Morris is falling into the clutches of Delariva and Chalanier. And I feel like this race is just starting to heat up. Looking around the outside. Oh, gets the door shut, crosses down to the inside line on the front straightaway. They're side by side going into turn number 1. This is the racing I love to see, Andrew. This is NASCAR racing at its best.
I would agree, and you see the give and take early here. The 777 gives that spot, and you'll see Steele take it, but Steele couldn't quite slide up and clear the 777 that time off of turn number 2. We'll do it down here in 3 and 4 and make that pass complete on Ross Banfield. So Banfield down to 3rd. Lionel Callisto still in 4th. His teammate Nathan Dowd in 5th. And if you saw the ticker come down, that's why. We were going to talk about Nathan Dowd in the points lead. Let's do that briefly. While we have an opportunity, things have calmed down for a very slight moment here. Nathan Dowd with a 115-point lead over Robert Nash, who I don't think is in this split. He might be racing this weekend in a lower split. I'd have to verify on the pre-Q results. Actually, what am I talking about? He's on an 11th spot. I didn't see him earlier. I apparently missed him. So Robert Nash runs in 11th. Dowd Fantastica runs 1st. Christian Challoner runs in 8th. Vincent LaHerbier, I know for a fact he got gridded at the back end of split 3. Couldn't make pre-Q this week and had to take that lower split if he wanted to race. So not at all what LaHerbier wanted, but he at least gets to race this evening and get a few points that way. Tom Abramidis has been great in this race so far. I've been watching a bit of him. Ross Banfield has looked fantastic. Austin Millane, I know he missed top split by just a little bit. He will run second split today. Kevin Hill and Chris Willard do top 10 in the points. But Zach, look at how spread out they are. And Nathan Dowd is right there with all the best of these guys. I don't know that he's going to make it 4 wins this evening, but he very well could.
He could. He absolutely could. I think running right now inside the top 5 is a great way to get this night started. And we don't know how this race is going to play out the rest of the night. These guys, you got to remember, Andrew, we started this race in the early sunset hours. Now we're rolling into nighttime hours. Most of these guys are probably going to have their cars set up for the night. So I would assume the script may flip as the race goes on, unless your name's Dallas Fantastica, obviously, who is lead by another full second over these gentlemen running in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions. You know, these guys have the ability to change a little bit on these race cars in the pits. And you know what? While we're on that note, let's cover a little bit of what these guys can change in the pits. So they do have their pit stop adjustments. They can adjust the left rear and the right rear spring offset. And then the in-car adjustment, they're only able to adjust the brake bias. However, with it being open setups, they do have the ability to adjust their tire pressures and control a little bit of how they're feeling, whether it be on the tight or the loose side. There's not much they can change overall on the car. Now that they're in the car, they can't touch the setup that they've put in, but they can make adjustments throughout the race to help their car feel better throughout the nighttime hours. We've got pit stops underway.
Well, what I was just about to talk about is exactly what Ross Banfield couldn't do. Watch the telemetry here on Nathan Dowd into the corner. The car is going to shut off for a second, go down to 2,000 RPMs, clutches in. The clutch is in at that point. He's saving fuel. Ross Banfield apparently might have been saving some himself, but didn't save enough. He comes in first. The first one down to take tires and fuel, and it will be a 4-tire stop and full take of fuel that goes in this 777 car as he is right into the box, right in front of the camera here. Perfect placement for Ross Banfield.
Give a little bit of an update on a few incidents that happened throughout the race. So the number 8 of Ray Partridge has received a warning for driving conduct with the 589. So that would be Jason Wallet as more drivers getting ready to take the pit lane, and then an EOL on the next caution for the 87 car of Sebastian Jackson for that incident that we covered on the back straightaway.
Abramidis coming in, Christian Challoner coming in, the 5 of Austin O'Neill coming in. A lot of cars coming in right here. We even see the 19 of Nick Kuhn down the pit lane. Dallas Fantastica, race leader, is in. This is an important pit stop to watch. Let's make sure it goes off without a hitch. Into the box okay. 4 tires will be confirmed here in just a second, but I seriously doubt anybody's going to take 2. Should be 4 all around, and it is. And
I
he's
would
down
hope
and away
nobody takes
quickly.
2.
The timer there for Protaska of 14:40. Let's see what it was. I'm trying to find him here. Ross Banfield had a 15:68, so a longer pit stop there for Banfield.
He's going to lose more time overall on the racetrack, especially fighting.
He is in a lot of traffic. Protaska's down and away. He's in a little bit of traffic. He gets by Northway here. 4 cars coming in. You see the 18 of James Morris down the pit lane. I guess the 351 that is. Wayne Hutchison is in. Jackson Wade is in. Nathan Dowd and Robert Northway have stayed out to this point. There's Dowd, Northway behind him. Northway had driven into the top 10 before this cycle started, by the way, and he was down outside, well outside the top 10 earlier. Dowd, whoa, that was sketchy into the pit lane, but he gets it figured out. There's Northway. Brian Bennett comes in. The 77 of Austin Peterson is in. In Northway, you can see just how far back he's set up down the pit lane. He started 28th and drove into the top 10 before that run came to an end. Eric Staropoli now on the racetrack, has not yet pitted.
The way this race could shape up from these green flag stops could make all the difference. You know, obviously, when you're planning strategy, you want to plan your strategy expecting the race to run green, right? You want to plan that strategy out for going the full 400 laps under the green flag, planning your pit stops out, saving fuel, maybe trying to cut out a pit stop at the end of the race, doing whatever you can, but you have to be able to have, oh my goodness, what's the word I'm looking for?
Adaptability?
What? Adaptability. Thank you, Andrew. Adaptability to your strategy. You want to be able to look at it from the perspective of, should a caution come out in the next few laps? Should the caution come out 50 laps later? Think about where your strategy is throughout the race and adapt it to how the race plays out.
Oh, slow here is the 93 of Staropoli, who's leading this race at the moment. And the field is passing him on the right side. Christian Abate, the only other car that has not yet pitted. I can tell you Protaska has cycled back out to the race lead. Banfield, Steele, Callisto behind him. And this should be it. Here comes Staropoli. Abate should be right behind. They each pitted on that first yellow. And whoa, the slide into the pit lane for Staropoli. A spin now. And that is absolute disaster for car 93. There goes Abate on by. A disaster of a pit entry for Staropoli.
That is catastrophic.
Abate had to reverse into his pit box as well. They go up on the jacks at about the same time, and they will drop down the order. Protaska now your race leader once again. There he is, center backstretch. Banfield 5.7 seconds behind. It's these pit stops that cycle these guys out and spread them out so much.
You know, we've seen how good that 24 car, Dallas Protaska, can be. He's been in a lot of prominent races here on Pit Stop TV, especially in the Sarah Super Series with the Super Late Models, and then the 1.8 Racing Media Tour in the late model stock car, also under the Sarah banner. So he's got some experience in a lot of these cars. They're 3 wide down the back straightaway. Cars coming off the pit lane. That was Staropoli, as you just saw, coming out of the pit lane. That was chaotic.
They get it figured out, and now everybody has made their first green flag pit stop of the evening. What we were watching there before, and we'll resume watching now, was Lionel Callisto chasing Ryan Steele, or more so Steele running away from Callisto. Callisto falling back. Challoner runs in 5th behind these two. There is Challoner in the Dale Earnhardt silver throwback. That was Eric Dallariva, who nearly knocked the wall down off the corner.
You know, Andrew, it just occurred to me. Actually, it occurred to me about 25 laps ago, but we got to talking about a lot of the paint schemes that we're seeing here. There's a lot of good throwbacks. There's a lot of new style schemes that have a lot of great things that appeal to fans and appeal to viewers. So maybe at some point down the road we should have a Pit Stop TV Best in Show for each race or something along those lines. Give these paint schemes a chance to shine, other than the fact that, you know, they're getting screen time right now.
My best in show today would be that blue machine of Robert Northway. I can't get enough of it. The Northway is moving through the field as called out earlier. Started 28, he's halfway through the field from his starting spot and is into the 13th position, just passing the 88 of Scott Kennedy. He was just about top 10 before the pit stops. Might have had a slower run off the pit lane or a slower entry into the pit lane, something like that. But he is working on it here, trying to get back to the top 10, working on the inside of Wyatt Gray. Regardless, a solid run for him so far, and I have seen what's going on for the race lead almost. Second place, the 777 of Ross Banfield. Just had a moment where he fell behind Ryan Steele. I'm not sure why, but Steele is now down to 4th place. Seems like these guys are getting racy in lap traffic.
That they are. The dirty air does not help with the moving around of these race cars. I don't want to say that they're less affected by dirty air than current style race cars, but these cars can move around a lot. The dirty air, I wouldn't think, doesn't have as big of an effect on these race cars as do newer style race cars. Obviously, it's still a factor here, but the stunting of the runs that these guys are having right now is keeping them so close together, and it's allowing them to race a little bit more. And Callisto now trying to get back to Banfield here. See if he can't make a move. He's looking down to the inside. He's going to give him that inside line down the front straightaway. And they're going to be side by side going into turn number 1 with the lap cars in front. This is kind of helpful. You know, the fight allows them to pull away while they're single file, so now they've got more racing room in front to fight for that second spot, but Callisto's going to make easy work and put that car in the second spot.
That moves Banfield to 3rd, and the thing with downforce and dirty air is the more downforce you have, the more dirty air affects you because it takes all that downforce away. So if you have less downforce to start with, the less that dirty air is going to affect you because you're closer to where you started, right? Closer to being normal, closer to as if you were in clean air. So the less downforce you have, the better you are in dirty air as a whole, compared, of course, to when you're in clean air. Mark Martin made a great point about it on the Door Bumper Clear podcast recently, and it's worth the listen just for that conversation with Mark Martin and everybody else on that show, because he makes that point. Talking about today's NASCAR Cup cars, they make so much downforce, especially on the underside of the car. When you take that air away, they're so greatly affected because all that downforce they're making goes right away. 20 years prior, they weren't making hardly any downforce because all it was the spoiler on the back end, the car getting down as slow as they could on the racetrack to make that downforce. So when that downforce was taken away, it wasn't as great of a deficit. It's been a big shift in the last 20, 25, 30 years in NASCAR to where these guys make all the downforce, they lose it in traffic, as opposed to these cars, they're kind of an in-between, where you did have that dirty air effect, maybe got a little bit tighter, but it wasn't catastrophic to your run.
But see, that relies on the other thing too, is that if these cars are less aero-dependent, then they're not going to have to worry as much when it comes to the dirty air either. These cars are not, like you said, Andrew, they're not as aero-dependent as the newer style NASCAR Next Gen cars. They've obviously got aerodynamics. Every car has aerodynamics now. You shaving off a tenth of a second here and there when it comes to just these little things. I mean, you remember back in 2014 when they were just debuting the new high horsepower, high downforce package in the Gen 6 Cup car, they were spewing out that the right rear side skirt to give these cars a little extra side force, a little extra momentum until NASCAR evidently banned it when it started cutting down tires. Don't tell me about 2014 Texas fall race, don't ask me about it. But it creates a lot of new ingenuity with the sport to advance what we're doing when it comes to things like that. But I don't know. I love the older style racing right now. The things that weren't as aero dependent, where if you wanted to put that car on the bottom and there was a bunch of dirty air in front of you, you could still put that car on the bottom.
What we're watching right now is Lyle Callisto and Ryan Steele. They run 2nd and 3rd. They've gapped Ross Banfield, who sits back in 4th place. Eric Oliva has moved past Christian Challenger for 5th. Challenger's got a bit of a gap back to Austin O'Neill, but then things are side by side with Robert Nash on the inside. And how could I forget Robert Nash and that Denny Hamlin look-along? That's a throwback for sure.
Not exactly the correct branding, but it's definitely a throwback.
iRacers will
That they will. There's a couple of other throwbacks running around. And you see that number 92 of Abramitis in Tony Stewart throwback, and right in front of them, oh my gosh, O'Neill, that's, well, I'm going to butcher this as much as I possibly can. That's an Allison throwback, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. All right, I do know my NASCAR history.
Very popular paint scheme, I'd say, for sure. And one that Kyle Larson threw back 2 years ago in the NASCAR Cup Series. Has been thrown back to multiple times across the NASCAR Top 3 Series, NASCAR National Series. But certainly a good-looking paint scheme. There's a few of these cars on the racetrack this evening. Fusion has set up with pretty much all the same paint scheme. A couple of them are inverted, but otherwise all the same. So we'll see a few of those cars on the racetrack this evening. Don't get too confused as we watch these guys do battle. Here comes Nathan Dowd, who we talked about earlier, in the top 10, fighting for points. He was higher up. He's fallen back a little bit during this run, but I think he's taking the tire-saving strategy because he's starting to climb back forward.
Tire saving is the one thing in this car, Andrew, that I feel is one of the hardest things to do, because with the high horsepower in these race cars, what is it? They were turning almost 1,000 horsepower in these cars back in the day. It's so easy to burn out that right rear tire, especially with how much these guys kick out on the right rear on corner exit. It can be so easy to burn that right rear up. So you got to ask yourself, Andrew, what's more important, that right front or that right rear? Can you save both? As we see Nash getting very sideways off corner exit.
These guys are all clipping that little bit of grass through the dog leg of the quad oval. And it's throwing dirt all over the front stretch of the racetrack, but that's okay as Dowd works on the inside here of Robert Nash and makes the pass. They see Nash in behind, so pass made. Dowd now up to 8th position as he climbs back forward. You saw the saving while we were on board there. Putting the clutch in, saving all the fuel he can, short of shutting the car completely off into the corner. I like it. As somebody who's thinking ahead, trying to make sure he's got enough fuel in the tank no matter what comes up. Now, we won't have to use this graphic tonight, the Overtime Rules graphic brought to you by Lucky Performance. This is the one time you'll see it all night because we're going to put it right back away and tuck it in our pocket. We won't need it. No green, white checkers tonight. So, forget that. But, Zach, what does fuel saving do if not for a green, white checkered? It makes sure that if a caution comes out, you can maybe stay on the racetrack a little bit longer and get to that caution. Make sure that you can try and extend these runs and take less fuel later, possibly. There's a plethora of things that can do for you. It's worth doing if you can make pace and keep doing it, which clearly he's doing as he goes by Austin O'Neill for 7th.
And there's a lot of fuel-saving tactics that these guys can use to be able to make these cars run a little bit longer. One opportunity that can arise under the caution flag is that you're going to be running at a slower pace. So what a lot of drivers like to do, and I'm surprised I haven't seen anybody do it under the green flag, but it's a lot harder to do it under the green flag than under caution, is shut the car off. Completely turn the car off. Turn off that ignition switch. Don't touch the starter, and just let it coast. Let it ride, let it sit, and let it do its thing. And there's times that you can't do it in the corner. It takes a little while to get the car restarted, so they may not want to do it under the green flag, but it is a tactic they can use under the caution flag. One thing they have to do as well, Andrew, is push that clutch in. Another thing they can also do is back up their entries and roll onto the power later through corner exit. That's less fuel they're using over time. Other than the fact of pushing the clutch in, it could turn into a big fuel-saving race here.
It came down to a bunch of late race cautions in the Euro split after a long green flag run. We'll see what happens here tonight. Watching Lynn Kinchlow and Chris Willard battle for 23rd on the racetrack. Kinchlow has been a mainstay of this major series this season and has been for a long time in the major series. Long time involvement there, and good to see Kinchlow keeping the car clean so far. Would like to see Lynn up a few more spots, but that's okay as Lynn works in the 24th spot for now. A lot of time to get those positions later on, and you know attrition's going to set in, Zach. We know it. All these drivers know it. Eventually, we will see some of these drivers drop out, whether it's from crashes or connection issues or hardware issues or whatever. There will be attrition that sets in over the course of this 400-lap race. I know we still have all cars running for now, It's not going to stay that way.
It sure won't not. See Peterson here running in the Jimmy Johnson throwback. That's one car we haven't covered over the course of this race, Andrew. Right on board with him here. Chasing down further positions. He's running 20th at the moment, chasing down the 19th position.
One of my favorite paint schemes on the racetrack this evening, the Beltrami Salami Machine. Actually, I'm just considering how it's probably pronounced, Zach. It's probably like salami. Beltrami Salami.
I asked you earlier if that's
I know,
how it was
but I
pronounced.
didn't put that together until now. This is my first time seeing his name, but I have to imagine that it's probably Beltrami Salami. And that has just got to be the best use of a last name I've ever seen.
How many people mispronounce Cardinale again?
Oh, there's most of them. But Beltrami Salami, I dig that. That's my favorite paint scheme on the racetrack, aside from...
Your last names rhyme. Beltrami Cardinale.
A little bit. This is probably my favorite paint on the racetrack, aside from that Blue Machine for Robert Northway. This is my second favorite paint scheme of the night.
There's another throwback right in front of them that they're chasing down. That number 87 racing machine.
Sebastian Jackson, one lap down. We saw the issue he had earlier, and I told you it had all the makings of going a lap down early and unfortunately being stuck that way. That's what it looks like for now, as he is a lap down and dropping further and further through the field, down to 32nd spot. The unfortunate realization that I think he's going to have is somebody has to finish 32nd, and unfortunately it might be him.
Well, he's got everyone up to, or down to, that is, 23rd on the lead lap. We just had the 24th place car go one lap down. So,
whoa!
There's a lot of cars. Oh, that was really close. There's a lot of cars still on the lead lap, and there's a lot of cars a lap down. So if we were to get, say, a quick yellow, that would open the opportunity for a wave around for these guys to get their laps back. But all things considered right now, Staropoli's going to be the first one going for the free pass position should that caution flag come out. There you see Dallas Pataska right in front of him. That's a little bit of a wiggle out of the 93.
That was Staropoli. Staropoli just passed the lucky dog position, past Lynn Kinchlow to get it. So Kinchlow goes a lap down, Staropoli a lap down, and they fight here for that position. This is fighting further ahead in the field, though, for 6th position. Nathan Dowd has run down Christian Challoner while saving. That is a feat in and of itself. That is impressive stuff from Nathan Dowd. He's got a rocket ship underneath that number 7 tonight. Up to 6th position. He's been slowly climbing and climbing and climbing. And that is a solid pass for him right there.
That's a good car and a good set right there. Something that you can really do wonders with.
And the next car up for him is Eric Dallariva, that black Chevrolet, a couple of spots ahead. 35 right in front of him is Greg McEnany, and then Brian McGreevy just ahead. Eric Dallariva comes off the corner right alongside McGreevy. That was close. And McGreevy will now fall back, so roadblock ahead of Nathan Dowd. Again, points leader. He's won in every round this season. Oh, McEnany with a problem. McGreevy goes high, so Dowd is going to split the two and go right on through.
Lap cars creating a bit of a issue for Dowd there. Doing what he can, though. He's making it work. Getting by these guys and keeping the distance back to Challoner. Dallariva right in front of him, and then Banfield right up the road. So he's got potential to get some passes done here, Andrew. I think he's got the car to do it. I think the driver has the attrition, we'll say, to do it. I want to say the ability to do so, but like you said, this is a bit of an endurance race, and we're not even a quarter of the way through this race. We're on lap 84 out of 400. We still got, what, about 17, 15, 16 laps now before we hit the 1 quarter mark. And you've got a long, long, long way to go in this race before you can even think about how the race could play out for you. I think crunch time is probably going to be about the last 50 laps.
Got to get there first. That's the big trouble that these guys usually have. I don't mean these guys specifically, but iRacers. Getting to the end seems to be their big trouble in general. And sometimes it's a clean green flag race. That's hard to find on iRacing, but we've had it so far tonight. We had that one caution, and I will knock on wood in a second, I promise. We had that one caution for 3 laps earlier, right off the start of the race. Since then, nice, clean, and green. That's where I'll knock on wood, and hope that this thing stays green flag for a while, as we're getting some really good green flag racing and mixing up of the field during this run. Northway, by the way, has just climbed back into the top 10, passing Robert Nash. Nash, important in that points battle. He is behind Dowd on the racetrack, behind Pataska on the racetrack. He would be losing quite a bit.
Robert Nash won the Road America race that we covered not too long ago, didn't he?
No, that was Nathan Dowd.
Oh.
Nathan Dowd has won every round of this season. Now, Robert Nash did take a class victory at Daytona, as did Dowd, as did Vincent Lahurier. But it was Nathan Dowd in victory in the Intimidator at Daytona and GT World Challenge at Road America.
I think you have got a serious threat for a championship when you have one driver that is good on road courses and on ovals. That speaks volumes. I think it would be a bit more of a triple threat if they were that much more competitive on dirt, as well as they had some dirt races up on the lineup. And I believe, yes we do, pit stops underway once again, more green flag stops. Banfield brings that car down to the security of the pit lane. That was pretty hot right there, Andrew. I have to wait and see if he gets a black flag for speeding. Doesn't look like he will. So it looks like he got to slow down, load up, and into the security of the pit lane, down to the pit box.
So expect about 43 to 44 laps per run this evening. That's when this one comes. Right at the end of 43 laps for Ross Banfield. And the Evil Box 777 is back into the pit lane. Now Nathan Dowd had just got there to pass him. Dowd now onto his 40th lap right here. He's got a few more laps to go, but was climbing back through the field aggressively. Had passed Eric Dallariva for 5th, was working on Ross Banfield for 4th. He's a threat as this race goes on to climb up to Callisto and steal potentially. I don't know that anybody catches Pataska without a caution or two, but Nathan Dowd is one to watch as this race wears on. Now, other drivers we expect to pit soon. Dallas Pataska would be one of them. We saw Banfield go 43 laps. Pataska is on lap 44.
I just had a shower thought, we'll call it. How long do you think, or how far, if Pataska takes that car down to the security of the pit lane, how far ahead do you think he needs to be to negate what the advantage would be if someone tries to, say, run this one stop short? You know, like if they saved enough fuel that they cut out a whole pit stop, how far ahead do you think this guy's going to have to be to negate that advantage? I would have to say at least a full lap.
Likely, but if Pataska works into the pit lane here, we'll watch his pit stop. Abramitis and Nash are both in as well. There's Abramitis. Here's Nash right behind him. Back up to, if I can find the 24, back up to Pataska. There's his pit stop completing. And it's going to be a quick 14.8 for him. A little bit slower than stop number 1, but that's okay. I think he'll take a 14 anything, really. That's really... If you can get a 14, take a pit stop today, you're doing good. 15's not where you want to be. 14's, you're doing all right. So Pataska blends in right ahead of Lynn Kinchlow. And that's actually a really good example of what you were just talking about. He was about a lap and change ahead of Kinchlow, pitted and blended right in front of Kinchlow. Does that make sense?
Just about.
He lost about a lap in that pit stop, maybe a little bit more. So that's exactly, to answer your question, Zach, about a lap and change.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out then for Pataska, as Dowd is the one on the racetrack leading the way with Northway, Morris, and Steele right behind him. More drivers calling out that they are heading to the pit lane. So we'll have to see more drivers coming down pretty soon. I think Della Riva just hit the pit lane As he's falling down the running order, Ryan Steele hit the pit lane as well. More cars, lap cars, falling down to the pit lane in front of Dowd as he continues to lead. This would be an opportune time for guys who are further laps down to stay on the racetrack, hope and see if they can't get a yellow during the green flag stops. I'm going to knock on wood for that one, so I don't commentators curse something, but we've only got about 10 cars on the lead lap right now.
Well, this is one to watch. We've got to keep our eyes on Nathan Dowd right here to the end of his run whenever he decides to pit. He's now on lap 45. We've got some cars on lap 46. Those would be Jackson Wade and James Morris. So we know 46 can be done. How far does Dowd go? Can he get to 50 and get to about lap 100? In which case, he can kind of square this off every 50 if he were able to stretch it out to 50 laps. That would be impressive.
Cut out the pit stop.
That, I think, would.
Because if he does every 50 laps, he would have to pit on lap 400, but at that point, he would just have to coast it across the line.
We'll watch Dowd here, and we'll see when he ends up having to pit. He's going to work on the lap 47. James Morris came in on lap 47.
He's been the one who's been doing the most amount of fuel saving, I think, out of anybody right now. So I think Dowd is going to be definitely the one to watch over the course of the pit stops. Here, Bryant Bennett is coming to the pit lane now. He's the second place car at the moment. So that just gives Dowd a bigger advantage, with Pataska now retaking that lead car spot. Should Dowd take it to the pit lane. These are guys that just pitted right here. That's Banfield passing on by to get at least one of his laps back. He's going to be back on the lead lap now. So now Callisto's the first car one lap down as they feed on by. I understand the strategy here, but at the same time, we've been critical of it before, of how guys stay out and run long and aren't able to keep running towards the end of the race because they're at a bit of a disadvantage because they stayed out longer and they don't have the ability to catch up in time. Down in the pit lane though.
So he's got to save 2 laps in the next 300 laps.
It's doable.
He's
not
got
impossible.
to do. It's going to be interesting to see if Nathan Dowd can do it. But he just turned 40 onto lap 49. He's got to save 2 laps somewhere. That's going to be difficult. I would say 3 for insurance, just to be safe. Make sure you're not running out coming to the line. But he is in the pit lane as Pataska has taken over the race lead back away. And Dowd is down to 13 seconds, 14 seconds, 15 seconds, 16 seconds back. This is going to be a large gap. He's out of the top 10.
I think,
so to your point, he's dropping big.
Oh man. Look at me doing math again. Oh boy. I think what he could do, go a full fuel run saving, because he's giving up time is the problem. He's going down the pit road and running long like this. He gives up so much time. He was up inside the top 5. Now to your point, he's outside of the top 10, a little bit further down the running order at the moment. He is currently running in the 13th spot. So he lost 7 spots staying out and running long like that. Obviously, he's going to have a tire advantage now and run past these guys on what he's got, but he's still saving. He's still in save mode like we were talking about. I think what he needs to do is run a couple more runs out there, like just full save mode. I think like the next 2 green flag runs that he's on, this one and maybe the next one after that, full fuel saving mode, save those laps, and then go push mode. You're going to have the lap saved. You're going to cut out that pit stop. You've got to regain what you have lost so you don't lose anything.
There's a beautiful sunset right now behind the start-finish line. As Ryan Steele goes back ahead of Ross Banfield. Banfield pits early, gets the advantage, passes them in the pit lane, and then gets passed back. It's like clockwork right now. As we work on to lap 102 of 400, we've just gone past a quarter way through this race. But Banfield down to 4th, Abramitis and that orange Tony Stewart lookalike in the 5th spot. Christian Challoner has been pretty static around the top 5 today. He runs in 6th. Robert Nash, Austin O'Neill, Eric Dallariva, and Wayne Hutchison, your top 10. Northway runs in 11th. He is also one of those drivers extending the runs by a couple of laps and coming in a little bit later, so he'll drive back through the field and get back to the top 10 here shortly. Here's Dallariva. Valeriva had a bit of a slow stop, Zach. He has dropped down nearly 15 seconds. He has dropped down from what was the top 5 run, as well, nearly, as he had to be passed by Nathan Dowd at the end of the run there. From nearly the top 5 to nearly 10.
Yeah, it's turning into a bit of a sour run at the moment, and not to add insult to injury here, when he's trying to go by O'Neal for that 8th spot. We've only got about 15 cars on the lead lap, Andrew, and that's another problem for guys like Nathan Dowd, who was running up there. Those guys are fighting it out for that top 5 spot. The leader is catching them ever so much, and with the amount of time that Dallas Pataska gains on pit road, he's going to catch these guys, if not now, then in the next green flag stop. They will go 1 lap down. Right now, he is fighting to keep a lot of these guys 1 lap down. We now have about 16, 17 cars on the lead lap. We've got a couple lap cars going on by him, but this man's pace has just been on point the entire time. Pataska is lapping cars. The more we go into this race, the more cars he's putting a lap down. 16 cars on the lead lap now. We got a couple cars back on the lead lap. But guys like Dowd, who had a sour run, who ran long and potentially could have gone that extra lap down, should a caution come out, that puts them even more in the hole. I mean, this is really turning into Dallas Pataska's race the more cars he puts a lap down.
So Dallas Pataska runs first, has led now 82 laps in this Gen 4 car. Works to the backstretch here right behind the 700 of Brennan Polt in 16th. There's 16 cars on the lead lap. Nick Kuhn runs 17th. He'd be the first car to get that lap back, should a caution come out. Let's drop through the field a little bit. Let's cover something going on at the back end of the field. Jason Wallet and Don Dolson, both a lap down. Wallet runs in 27th, Dolson runs in 28th. Now flip that. Dolson moves ahead, Wallet behind. Are they going to flip it again? Maybe. Yes. Wallet moves back ahead. Dolson behind. And there's Robert Northway right behind them. Nathan Dowd along with. So these two have to find a way by the side-by-side lap cars. And there's their opportunity. Northway's got to pounce on it. Now they get side-by-side. Dowd on the outside of Northway. Dowd will get held up. And they go by Jason Waller.
Got to find ways to negate that disadvantage of getting stuck behind lap cars. Obviously, it's pretty hard to do, but I think if you've got the speed, you've got the pace, you're going to be able to get it done. And one interesting thing I think we need to talk about here is just how quickly Dowd is regaining that gap. He is closing the gap on Dallas Pataska at the moment. I don't think he's in fuel-saving mode at the moment. I think he's in push mode. You know, looking at the lap times at the moment, the last time by the flag stand, as they really roll off of turn number 4 for Pataska here, clicking by the flag stand now, he's going to click off a 30.881, only 3/1000ths of a second faster than his last lap, as Dowd is turning laps 4/10 quicker. Last time by it was a 30.47.8 for Dowd, and clicking by the flag stand right now, it's about to show he's going to be clicking off a 30.438. 4/100ths of a second faster. He's getting faster and faster as the race goes on, Andrew, and he is closing that gap.
And he's still putting the clutch in the save.
Well, part of that plays into his tire advantage. That's one thing I completely forgot about. He's got a tire advantage of what? Almost 10 laps on these guys.
8 laps on Pataska. 10 laps on Banfield. But he's got 13 lap-old tires. These guys have 20 and 23 lap-old tires. It's impressive what Dowd is doing. I just don't know that he's able to claw all those spots back.
I'll tell you what he does have, though, Andrew. He's got strategy. It may not look like it right now because he's sitting down on the 10th spot, but he continues to close that gap. He's clicking off fast laps, even with pushing the clutch in. he might be thinking something we're not. He's definitely got something going on that we don't know about. But he's making it work. He is absolutely making it work. As we've got a fight right here. That's Callisto and Steele fighting it out for the second spot. Callisto has it. Steele wants it. That 12 car, Brian Steele taking a look down to the inside. He's got a good run coming off of turn number 4, but it's that exit speed into that outside line here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You know what? No, we're throwing it back. This is the 2008 layout. These are 2007 cars. I'm going to call it Lowe's Motor Speedway. Can I do that? Can I call it Lowe's Motor Speedway?
Whatever your heart was on, Zach. We're going to keep watching Ryan Steele here work on Lionel Callisto. Steele is now going to take the outside lane in 3 and 4. That's what I love about these race cars. You can move around, you can take different lines, you can try different things. And Steele's got the outside here. You just saw it work out for Callisto the lap prior. Steele going to have the advantage into turn 1. Can he work that outside lane? Yes, he can, and he will go by the 2 car of Lionel Callisto.
It just occurred to me, is Ryan Steele's car a Michael Waltrip throwback?
It is.
I don't remember that style of throwback to Michael Waltrip.
I think it might be a mashup, if you will. I don't know that it's an exact replica. Because I can't recall that paint scheme myself, but I'd love to be enlightened. Hopefully Steele finishes in an interview spot and comes and talks to us later on and can explain it. Because I would love to know the backstory of this paint scheme. It's one that I have not seen before, but one that I have quickly fallen in love with.
You know what? This may be classic, but we have technology. What I can do.
What, JC.com?
Well, yes, but Google Images. I can take a picture of the car and Google search it.
Yeah, fair. Watching a side-by-side here, Ross Banfield, Tom Abramitis, and Christian Challoner. They were side-by-side. They sorted out now with Robert Nash and Eric Dollarita right behind. Austin O'Neill is 9th. Nathan Dowd is 10th. These guys are all very close. About a half a lap down to the race leader. So Pataska is into turn 3. These guys are entering turn 1. Over a half lap down.
Oh my.
Dollarita and Nash side by side. Dollarita on the inside, Nash on the outside. And Dollarita down low in the 303. Might have the advantage. I can't tell. These guys are properly Goodyear to Goodyear.
That they are. Side by side into turn number 1. Della Riva with the advantage now. Is he going to get clear? Yes, he is fully clear off turn number 2. And he'll hang on to that 7th spot. And I figured out what throwback it is on Ryan Steele's car. It is a replica of Michael Waltrip's 2003 Napa Hootie and Blowfish Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
That's funny. Hootie the Blowfish. I forgot all about them. That's pretty cool. So I'm glad you dug that up. Want to cover Nathan Dowd quickly approaching these guys, though. He has got better tires, and he's got a better strategy. He's on the back end of Robert Nash. He's got 5 cars lined up for position. He's just gone by Austin O'Neill. He can easily drive into the top 5 here. Here he goes on Nash.
Yeah, don't forget, he's pulled another 3 seconds on Dallas Pataska. Since the last time we checked in, it was about 2.5, 3 seconds overall. Down to the inside. Still clutching. Still pushing that clutch in and saving gas through the corners and making this car work. Oh my goodness. He is just on another level at the moment. 2 cars up in front of him now. Abramitis and Della Riva fighting it out for the 6th spot. With number 92, Tony Stewart throwback up on the top line. That outside line has been the powerful line here tonight at Lowe's Motor Speedway. I'm sticking with that for the rest of the broadcast. Lowe's Motor Speedway. And I really think that that's going to be the beneficial lane. Obviously down in 1 and 2, we see that bottom line working the best. But I don't know, Andrew. I think as the race goes on, we'll see. Heck, we might even see the race for the win. The pass for the win up on that top line.
top side is the place to be. Maybe not right up against the wall, but kind of through the middle to top of the racetrack. Dowd works on the bottom here, though, of Abramitis, and might be able to wrestle that position away from the bottom. Who knows? He's up to 8th, working on 7th, and yeah, I mean, he's going to wrap that white line rather nicely here and get the nose ahead of Abramitis. He'll work now on Dallariva. He's going to dive to the inside of Dallariva here. So he's got Abramitis now. This is really good stuff out of Nathan Dowd. This is really impressive. That is now 6th position.
He's doing something all these other guys are not doing, and the fight up in front still continues. Chalonier was looking to the inside now of Banfield. This is the fight right in front of this driver we're looking on right now. They're single file ahead, but Chalonier was looking to the inside, down into 1 and 2. You see the separation by about 1 to 2 car lengths between those two drivers, running for the 4th and 5th spot. That's what's coming up right here for Nathan Dowd to try and get in front of. Next up the road, another 4 seconds in front would be Ryan Steele and Lionel Callisto. That's what he is next to chase down. But with these guys fighting, it's going to allow him to close in even more. Oh, big wiggle from Banfield. He's going to shoot up the racetrack and 3 wide down the back straightaway.
Here comes Dowd on the inside of Banfield, going to bring Dallariva. Challenger goes way up the racetrack there. Challenger trying to defend from that 4th position, but Nathan Dowd's going to have the better of him. At the line, Dowd had 4th. It is cruising on by all of these guys. Every run in and run out. This long run pace and the tire advantage that the 7 car has got is just working out for him. He's working here, still on Christian Challenger, but he's got the advantage into turn 3. It's a lap car right in front. That's the 87 of Jackson. And Dowd has got Challenger cleared.
Challenger got big time loose off of turn number 4. That was really, really close for that number 1 car. He almost was completely sideways, rotating that car to the bottom. The weight transfer can be a tricky thing in these cars. Now we're 3 wide with the lap car up top. Squeezing down, he's going to get
Sebastian
out.
Jackson. Wow, that just threw a grenade in the middle of this field.
Everyone's wiggling around and a 3 wide still. Dallariva is now fully clear of Banfield. And now Abramitis, O'Neill, and Nash catching back up. The back half of this top 10 now close together. You see it, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars under a blanket. Up front though, Callisto is trying to chase back down that 12 car.
Got to run.
Big run. Never thought I'd be on the edge of my seat during a midway portion of the race. This is what I love, Andrew, about the old style of racing, because if we had a stage caution at lap 100, we wouldn't be seeing this right now.
No, we wouldn't. We wouldn't be seeing that strategy. It's a race-long strategy from Dowd, and it assumes the race is going to go green. At any time, a caution can throw it completely under the bus, but right now it is working out very nicely for Nathan Dowd, and we know he's got pace. I'd be interested to see what kind of pace he's got straight up against these guys, but for right now, it's working out for him as his teammate at Sector 5, Lionel Callisto, works here on Ryan Steele. This is for 2nd on the racetrack. Dowd is in 4th, 4 seconds back. And we really can't stray too far away from these guys. Austin O'Neill, Tom Abramitis, Ross Banfield, Robert Nash, all under a blanket.
Dallariva has scooted away from them ever so slightly. He's got about 0.6 of a second back to Banfield. He's that black car, 4th in line of the cars you see on your screen. Then Banfield's right behind him in that light blue machine. So there is some separation amongst this back 5 in the top 10. But the racing continues ever more. Oh, that was a big wiggle by Abramitis. Tell me you saw that, Andrew.
Oh yeah, these guys are battling the race car as this run wears on, and they're right already coming back up to pit stops. They're coming up on 40 laps complete, and that's about what so 44 is about what we expect for a full run. So we're coming up on pit stops again. It's insane how quickly these pit stops come right back up every single run. Quickly, I do want to shout out those who help us here at Pit Stop TV, though. Whiplash Simcams, ATVO, CC's Business, Cody Williams Design, Lucky Performance, and the North American Racing League. And something we've got to be thinking about, Zach, is the Lucky Performance Lucky Break of the Day. I haven't seen anything yet. I was just thinking about it myself while you were talking. I haven't really seen a candidate just yet. We've only seen the one caution. This thing has been green for over 100 laps. I don't have one. I don't have a Lucky Break of the Day yet.
But we just had a candidate.
Who would that be?
The 777 of Banfield. Ross Banfield almost getting involved in a caution in there with Sebastian Jackson coming down on his nose. That was a heads-up save by Sebastian Jackson for quickly correcting that car and not causing a caution there. I think that's a good nomination for Lucky Performance Lucky Break today.
I give you that. That was a big moment for sure, and I'm glad it worked out.
Just called it out. That 777 right there is coming to the pit lane, Andrew.
Watch Ross Banfield down here on the inside of the racetrack slowly come to a halt and work to the inside of the racetrack and pit.
Great pit entry right there.
That was good stuff. And he'll come down to pace speed, or pit speed rather. Hitting from the top 10, we'll see where he cycles out. He usually cycles back up to about the second spot because he pits first and then gets passed up later as the tire advantage comes back to smack him. Meanwhile, here's Lionel Callisto and Ryan Steele as they work behind the 96. It's a lap car. I know the number isn't actually the 96. Who is that? Is going to be Jackson Wade in the 717. The paint scheme shows a 96, so that's who that is right ahead of these two. Not for position.
Talk about position. We've only got 12 cars on the lead lap right now as green flag pit stops get underway. And you know, Andrew, they say a driver's worst fear is losing brakes in the car. That's one of the biggest fears that race car drivers have. But I think one other fear that race car drivers have is going a lap down and the caution coming out during green flag cycles.
Yeah, that would be a big fear for sure in this style race. That would be a big one. But here's a pit stop from Robert Nash. You see the 17 of Wayne Hutchison also pit. Nick Kuhn is in the pit lane. And there goes Lionel Callisto, still right behind Ryan Steele. Nose to tail they've been for just about the entirety of the run. Callisto now rips the wall and gets into it hard.
He lost a lot of ground right there. Over a second.
That right side is scraped up. You can see the scrapes in the right front fender.
Tasca in the pit lane.
Callisto put the clutch in. He's saving now as well. Let's see the side damage. It's scraped up big time.
There's definitely some definite damage right there. Look at that. Maybe nothing too major, no aero damage, I'd say, but that's some sizable damage on that race car. Jacks up as we see the number 92 Tony Stewart throwback rolling through the pit lane. That was Tom Abramitis. 4 tires and out and away from Pataska. That's a 14.68. That's probably one of his quickest stops.
That is the second quickest so far. We've seen now all 3 of his stops. It was a 14.4, a 14.8, and a 14.7 right there. So solid stops out of that 24 crew. And that is helping keep him out front. I know he's got a large margin back every run we run, but those pit stops help. Lionel Callisto into the pit lane. He comes in before Ryan Steele. And just uses fast fix. Oh, I would not have done that.
Neither would I.
I would not have done that at all.
If the race runs green, then, you know, he doesn't have anything to worry about.
Even if he hits the wall again, I mean, that's bold. Ryan Steele is in. Eric De La Riva's in.
Just joined them on the pit lane. Gonna be 4 tires out and away. That has been the move from just about everybody this entire race. And Dowd has assumed the race lead, Andrew, so I wonder how long he's going to keep that car out on the racetrack now.
We'll find out. 15.0 for Steele. Eric De La Riva, 14.83. Nice pit stop there. Kevin Hill, 14.17. One of the quicker stops we've seen.
That's probably the quickest stop we have seen, unless we have a sub-14 stop.
An impressive stop out of that 52 crew. Now, Nathan Dowd has run 42 laps, so he's not even yet to where he would pit if he was pitting at the same number of laps as the rest of these guys. He's still got a few laps to go. And this is where they all gain time back on him. He's on 40-lap old tires. They all just pitted, so they're able to run big-time lap times all of a sudden.
Now, if he runs another 7 laps, that only puts him, what, about a lap short overall?
Yeah, but that would be a total of 50.
Caution on the speedway.
You're kidding me. Robert Northway in the pit lane. It was Austin Peterson.
Oh my God, I jinxed it. Oh my goodness.
We've been talking about it. All these strategies coming to a head.
Caution coming out during green flag cycle. I would like to apologize sincerely to the field.
So there's the 77 of Austin Peterson. Brian Bennett right behind in the 71. Teammate to Dowd. Let's see, was Peterson trying to pit? Yeah.
It was.
Oh, and the 52
no.
of Kevin Hill gets involved. We had just seen his pit stop.
Impact.
We had just seen his uber fast pit stop. Oh
well,
my goodness.
I think he should be thankful that he still has a fast fix, because he's got a meatball flag.
Yeah, the 77 was trying to pit, got ran over from behind. Either that wasn't communicated or the message was not received. On board with Bennett.
I have to see how race control deems that, because there are apparently some drivers saying that there was no sign or any indication that that 71 was going to be heading to the pit lane.
77,
so,
right?
77, excuse me. I was going to be heading to the pit lane, so we'll have to see how race control deems that one, because do they have a rule in the rule book about drivers calling out going into the pit lane? I would assume, seeing how everyone has been doing it the entirety of the race, that they would have... Oh, no further action from race control. There you go. It was deemed a racing incident due to no communication going into the pit lane. There you go.
Yeah, I think the penalty is kind of paid by the 77 there. He has dropped down to 20th spot. A lot of damage on his Jimmy Johnson looked like. The rear end is completely smashed in. I'm really surprised he didn't take a fast fix.
You know who really benefits from this caution, though? Nathan Dowd. There were only 10 cars on the lead lap. So he just got, realistically speaking, a free pit stop. And did not lose any track position.
Yeah, but
it would have filtered out a little bit down into, what, 13th, 15th position?
But it comes out way early, and it ends up kind of neutering his strategy. Everything he had been working on is out the window, as Dowd is actually going to go ahead of Pataska here. For where Dowd is going, I think trying to catch up to the pace car.
Yeah,
all these wave rounds go by.
16 cars now back on the lead lap, and they've put the lights back on the pace car. They have just extended the caution, letting these guys get in their lap back so they can have an organized restart.
That's a good move. But yeah, this completely rewrites everything for Nathan Dowd. It takes his strength away of saving fuel and running longer runs. Now he's got to save about 5 laps or so, 4 or 5 laps. And I just don't know that he's going to be able to get 51 laps that many times on these runs to the end. So this takes his strength and I think kind of slaps it in the face. We'll see what he can do in outright pace.
I don't think so, though, Andrew, because we talked about it earlier. You're riding under caution now. You can shut the motor off. You can coast.
Right, but even if he pitted right now, he's got to get to 50 laps per run plus 4. He wasn't hitting 50 laps previously. He was hitting about 49.
I don't know. I still think that there's something going on in that race car that we don't know about, and he's going to figure out a way. This is what we talked about, Andrew. Adaptability to the strategy. Should the caution come out in the race, have to be able to work this strategy into how the cautions play out. And I think that Dowd has that resolve, that ability to see where this is going to play out and how he's going to be able to adapt that strategy to put himself in position where he can bounce back and continue to save fuel and still cut that pit stop out and make his race, you know, how he still wants it to be. I think that this caution is going to benefit him. I don't know what you're going to be thinking here, but I still think that this caution is going to benefit him.
We'll see what happens. This completely rewrites this race and brings us back around to the restart zone. Let's try this again. 5 rows doubled up, everybody else single file. Green flag is back out. The World 600 is back underway. Nathan Dowd now squarely in second place. James Morris third. Brian Bennett fourth. Jackson Wade fifth. It rewarded everybody else who was on an alternate strategy. Everybody who was on the traditional strategy pretty much caught one lap down, has to come back through the field now. There's Robert Nash. Speaking of drivers who were on that kind of standard strategy, right behind Lionel Callisto and the 77 of Austin Peterson. Here comes Jackson Wade on Brian Bennett.
I almost thought there for a moment that was Banfield right there, that light blue racing machine, but that says 589. Threw me off for a moment. I saw right front damage and I was like, hold on a second. But the top 10...
Checking in on Ross Banfield, he is okay. He's back here in 15th position. Here's the big gaggle of cars.
Top 10 has been shaken up quite a bit.
And here you'll find Ryan Steele. So you're talking about top 10 being shaken up, and absolutely you're right, because Ryan Steele now runs in 9th place when he had been running 2nd or 3rd for the previous couple of runs. Tom Abramidis is here just trying to cling on to the top 10. Christian Challoner runs 11th. Austin O'Neill runs 12th. Everybody is mixed up in every which way.
And the car that we saw have problems early on in this race, the one driver that was hoping to get some spots back is that number 4 car right there running next to Abramidis. That's Barnes. He is 2 laps down. Still trying to point that car back on the lead lap. Brian Barnes, hopefully he can get something moving in his direction. He hasn't exactly had the luxury of getting that car back on the lead lap just yet, Andrew. And the only way that it's going to happen is either on pace or we get a couple more cautions that are going to allow some of these guys to get back on the lead lap. But, you know, that's the big problem that comes with the green flag pit stops. The guys that needed a wave around didn't get it. So they're laps down at the moment, and they're trying to race and get their laps back the hard way, which, judging by Dallas Pataska's pace, is going to be a pretty difficult thing to do.
Yeah, you're not getting a lap back the hard way today. Pataska's already out to a 1-second lead over Nathan Dowd, so this answers our question of what would happen with these guys straight up on the same tires. Dowd losing time to Dallas Pataska. Yes, he was quick on the long run and will be quick on the long run. But in a straight-up short run so far, Pataska's got the pace. And I think that's to be expected, Zach. I really do. He's just had that kind of race. Pataska has been excellent all race long. Has led the most laps by a mile. He's led, let's see, what's the number up to? 122 of 153.
He's led all but 31 laps.
Yeah. All at 30, actually, technically. I don't know how he does it, but he is putting on a clinic tonight.
What are we? We are 25% distance was lap 100. We're past the 150 mark, so we're at, oh my goodness. I'm thinking percentage-wise here. Lap 150.
36% of the way through the race. Actually, about 30, about 40. By the number one.
Here's 150 would be 37.5, wouldn't it? 37.5%.
38% of the way through the race.
There you go. So 38%. And 30 laps of that is what?
Oh, you're not getting me to do all that math. I did a little bit of math. We're stopping there.
Lionel Callisto here, man.
While you work on the long division, Lionel Callisto runs in 6th. Robert Northway runs in 7th. There you can see the blue machine. Northway has climbed through this field from 28th position all the way now to 7th. He's been as high as 2nd on a long run. Has not yet led a lap, but is right behind Lionel Callisto, who was also running about top 2 or 3 that entire run until that caution came out, along with Ryan Steele. Now, Steele is right behind Northway in 8th. He's right between those two cars as you see the AV Esports Kevin Hill machine move back in front. That is not for position. That would be 2 of them like that.
Dallas Pataska has led all but 7.5% of this race. There we go, I did it.
Like I said, I'll let you work on the long division and we'll just cover everything else. Brian Bennett works here on Jackson Wade. This is a whole new race. This is a completely new race.
The caution has reset the race. Best way to say it. Caution to reset the race. And, you know, that actually reminds me. I assume the whole thing is, you know, NASCAR style throwback here. I wonder, are they going to do the lap 200 break, how they used to do it for the Coca-Cola 600, where they did the lap 200 break? They had the memorial, you know, obviously because this race usually falls on Memorial Day in May, but you don't exactly have a Memorial Day thing to tribute to, is what I'm saying.
Short answer is no.
Ha!
Christian Challoner dropping down the order. Has just dropped to 14th position. I think he got into the wall. Let's see what happened. It's about a lap before it happened. Was racing with Eric Dallariva in the 303. Well, watch out for him. You see the 303 right side of your frame.
Ooh, big time wiggle.
Brian Barnes right behind him. Here comes Dallariva and O'Neill. Challoner dives into the corner, breaks loose, up the racetrack, and into the wall. It's rare you see a mistake like that out of Christian Challoner, but that shows you the utter skill required of these race cars.
Absolutely. These cars are a pain in the butt to drive sometimes, but they are so fun.
And of course, he's got the skill to handle this race car. He has, to this point, just had a little bit of a blip there for him. But it just shows you how much is required at all times, right? There is never a moment to rest. Even when you get onto the front stretch here, the car tries to break free on power. It's just got so much power and is driving it into the asphalt so aggressively that, whoa. Pataska has just lost the race lead.
We've been focusing on all the racing that's going on throughout the field that we almost forgot about the race for the lead. And looking at it too, Morris is closing the gap as well to these guys.
I'm scratching my head literally. I don't know what just happened. I don't know why Pataska, he was a second ahead. I don't know how he just lost the race lead, but he pretty much gave it up to Nathan Dowd. My only thought is Pataska must feel he's short on fuel. Let's listen in and see if he's saying that. Clutch is not going in. I'm a little bit stumped. Let's listen in with Nathan Dowd. Clutch is in.
So lap 162 2, they were racing and Pataska let him go on the back straightaway. Whoa, hold on a second. Pataska's heading to the pit lane. I heard somebody call, I heard 24 pit this time.
See, is he heading to the pits? The answer is
he's
no.
Not. Someone said 24 pit. Because I have the driver scanner, and I'm listening to how all these guys are calling out their pitting, and I heard someone say that 24 was pitting, so that's a little odd right there.
Well, we carry on here. Pataska now second. Morris third. Oh, and Bennett just got the wall off the corner. Just caught that in the top side of the frame. The battle for fourth is on. Jackson Wade, Brian Bennett. Got a lap car there, the Elliott Sadler Esports machine. That is going to be Brendan Polt. One lap down and in the lucky dog position. Then you have Lionel Callisto and Robert Northway. Northway is going to drive up into sixth, maybe, trying to pass Callisto's number 2. And look at Steele. He's right back with Callisto.
So much going on all over the racetrack. See, Callisto's got a bit of a run through center. I feel like Northway had to jump out of the gas
Bennett.
there. And Callisto's going to get clear. Now Ryan Steele to the top side of Northway as Callisto's going around Bennett. That's going to stack up that bottom line right there. Oh, please do not wreck, gentlemen. That was very, very close. We're also hearing from Race Control, apparently, that the number 44 car currently under review for a lap 161 incident.
That might have been what you heard. Kinchlow pitted 2 laps ago. So that would be the 44. Might have heard 44 pitting instead of 24.
Might have.
We continue on with this fight. Ryan Steele and Lionel Callisto go by the 71 of Brian Bennett. Northway has not yet passed the 71. But Bennett rides in
hold
7th.
up on the bottom.
And look at Partridge. Partridge is on brand new tires. He just pitted, so he's on stickers, and he is just flying past these guys.
He's also 5 laps down.
Right, and that just shows you how much sticker tires do on these cars.
That they do. Boy, do I miss this Goodyear compound. But he's making it work. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Back to 2 wide as Callisto clears the 71. Now rolling up to Wade here. So he'll get clear of everyone fighting, get well and clear of everyone that's fighting for position, and leave them back to their devices to fight it out.
Northway still has not passed Brian Bennett. There's a whole second group of these guys too. Ross Banfield, Eric Dellariva, Robert Nash, they all run back here. Austin O'Neill, Tom Ebermitis. Right around and just outside of the top 10. Austin O'Neill checks to the inside of Robert Nash. No dice that time. This is for 11th spot.
Still rolling the bottom though, gets that clean air on the nose. He's going to get to the quarter channel here and roll to the inside down the front straightaway. As Dellariva's making his move on Bennett. Or excuse me, that wasn't Bennett.
It was
My goodness,
Staropoli,
that was Staropoli.
Oh, and Staropoli's about to loop it. That puts O'Neill in the wall hard. And Staropoli, oh no! That's going to be a caution. There it is.
Big hit. That's going to be his day done. Unless he has a fast fix and get that car to the pit lane. You see the front bumper parading down the back straightaway to the inside wall. Oh my goodness.
That's the kind of hit that even in a sim makes you wince.
He hit it right at the inlet.
The opening, yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Just shy of lap 200 and halfway here. And we're going to watch Eric Staropoli take a header to the inside wall. Sector 5 Racing. Teammate to Lionel Callisto. Teammate Nathan down. Got loose off the corner. O'Neal got the wall trying to avoid and then lost it right there. Boom, inside wall.
That is absolutely rough.
That's right on board.
Oh, do we have to?
Oh, we absolutely do. Look how 3 he got out of 4.
Oh, boy.
Staropoli out of New York. Might be wishing you were walking spread right.
There's a lot of heavy places there to hit hard. You see him just trying to catch the car, and he had it caught. He transitioned on the banking. Oh my gosh. And he will receive the EOL for the yellow flag, but there has been some things transpiring under the yellow flag while we've been taking a look at the replay here. De La Riva got a bit of an impact from Tom Abramitis under the caution flag as they were lining up behind the pace car. There's no real front end damage or anything. They just had a little bit of an impact as they were coming up to the pace car. Tempers flaring a little bit, but things all good. And then what I'm hearing on the radio chatter at the moment is Christian Challoner has lost top end speed after the restart. He was coming over the radio and saying something was going on with the car, and it just hasn't felt the same since the restart. You don't see really any visual damage on that car, but he was talking about that he had been struggling as the run was going on.
Well, everything shakes up once again and throws all that pit strategy right back out the window. We'll get a renewal.
Back on the pace car too.
Yeah, we'll get a renewal of the caution lights. While we're here under this yellow, we can take a look at what's upcoming for the Major Series. Next up, we run the Speedway 500. So from one of NASCAR's greatest races to IndyCar's greatest race, the World 600 to the Speedway 500, usually they both run Memorial Day weekend, but in the Major Series, we've got to space them out a little bit. So we're running the World 600 here in April, a little bit of a teaser of what's up to come in May, and then the Speedway 500 on May 4th. That's going to be a fun one. I'm excited for it. Very much looking forward to that event coming up very, very soon. In fact, Zach, that event takes place before the next BRB Racing League event when they kick their new season off on May 6th.
There's a lot of good stuff coming with BRB. They've got a full roster of drivers and committed Whiplash Racing drivers. I know you are eager to see your Whiplash Racing team get back into a good standpoint. Didn't exactly fare too well in the team points, but you've got 4 drivers lined up, 1 represented from Murtis Esports. I'm happy to be a part of that, and they've got some cool off-season races that I think you and I might get the chance to participate in as well. They've got some good stuff going, but there's lots of other stuff going on here at Pit Stop TV as well, and I'm excited for what's coming up with everything we got going on. Thursday coming up, this Thursday, we've got almost a full week off here at Pit Stop TV, North American Racing League. Then we do have a full week off going into the next Thursday, April 24th. That's the week of my birthday, Andrew, with Monza for the North American Racing League. And then the Badger State Showdown at Crandon Raceway in the Pro Trucks. That's going to be awesome. You can follow all the social channels for Pit Stop TV, pitstoptv.com, facebook.com/pitstoptv, instagram.com/pit_stop_tv, tiktok.com/pitstoptv1, twitch.tv/pit_stop_tv, youtube.com/pitstoptv1, and x.com/pitstoptv_. Let's go back green flag racing.
And the restart zone, green flag is back out. World 600 is back underway. From the fan cam there on the old grandstands out of turn number 2, and now to the grandstands in turns 3 and 4. Saw James Morris bobble on the restart. That allows Ryan Steele to go by. That allows Jackson Wade to go by. Morris falls back to 5th. Lionel Callisto next in line to make a pass. Robert Northway, Ross Banfield, they're right
Caution.
behind. Caution's out in the back. Brian McGreevy. Have we perhaps been spoiled with the green flag racing tonight?
Maybe a bit.
McGreevy comes down across the 87 car of Sebastian Jackson. That's about the quickest yellow I've ever seen. That's easy. Oh, and there was a secondary spin. Nick Kuhn in the 19 went around. Let's see what happened here. He lifted for it and got hit as a result. That was the 93 of Staropoli who ran him over.
Race Control is now reviewing the incident.
And Staropoli's on board, driver's eye POV.
Oh, there's the stack and just runs right into the back of him.
He tried locking up. He got on the brakes. It was just a little bit too late.
Can you really say that that was avoidable contact? Or do you think maybe he didn't really have anywhere to go?
I'll leave that one for the admins to decide.
I'd like to think that the admins here in the Major Series also like to take some precedent from road racing when it comes to how they place the incidents for drivers with race control and just how they are on the racetrack. And you know, while that's not a bad thing by any means, I think there's a lot of stuff that we can learn from road racing stewards and how they do their officiating. I feel like it creates some different context when it comes to oval racing styles. You know what I mean, Andrew? Because a lot of times we're just quick to assume, well, he had nowhere to go. Well, it just got tight, he pushed into the wall. Well, it's just a racing incident right there. That's taken a different context in certain areas when it comes to road racing.
Road and oval definitely are two very different disciplines and treated very differently, but there are definitely crossover side notes, if you will, between the two of them. We're about 20 laps from halfway here. In fact, exactly 20 laps from halfway once Nathan Dowd crosses the start-finish line. And the field will cycle underneath and get doubled up and ready to go back green flag racing this next time by here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. You see the double up? And Zach, we still have a while to go before we actually nominate for NRL Driver of the Day with the vote on YouTube. But we can talk about it. We can talk about maybe who is piquing our interest so far. And I'll lead off. Nathan Dowd, it would be my nomination right now. But there's still a ways to go.
I knew you were going to pick Nathan Dowd. The man has had strong runs all day. I think the other driver that's notable that is a sure lock pick for that would be Dallas Pataska. I think that's a good pick to have for Driver of the Day nominations. I'm still thinking on my second pick, Andrew. I should have it by the time we get into nominations, but it's been a long race. Heck, I might have to use the bathroom with just how long these guys have been going in the green flag, but we got a lot more racing left to go.
You know who can't use the restroom is all of these guys if we get back green flag racing.
Oh boy.
You try to make a run under yellow, but under green, not going to happen. Here we go, back to the restart zone, and green flag is back out. The World 600 is back underway at Charlotte. The Majors Americas World 600 back underway down the backstretch. Jackson Wade gets position here on Dallas Pataska for second.
Pataska trying to hang on. Gets clear. Here comes Ryan Steele into the mix.
Ryan Steele going to go right on by that Jackson Wade machine and bring Lionel Callisto along with this race. Oh, whoa, in the wall is the leader, Nathan Dowd. I was about to say, this race has nearly reset itself back to where it once was, with Ross Banfield climbing back up here, Robert Northway climbing back up. But you still have Jackson Wade up here when he wasn't prior. So he has used the strategy, he has used that untimely yellow to get himself up here and hold himself up here. He's doing a great job of holding himself up here. We'll see how long that lasts as Pataska goes fast at 29.28. Morris still in the top 10. Robert Nash, Christian Challenger back in the top 10. And a lot of these guys stayed out under that last yellow. They might have done some fuel savings, Zach, but they did not top off on fuel.
We still got a long race left to run. With how the cautions are playing into this now, it creates a challenge for them to adapt this fuel strategy, adapt this tire strategy. I don't think tire strategy is the biggest concern, considering they have just about as many sets as they would want to be able to use. But fuel, you have unlimited amount of fuel, but you don't have the ability to make it last unlimitedly. So, I don't know, Andrew. I think there could be a real shake-up here as the rest of this race goes on now. I think the caution initially, after that long green flag run, still could have benefited maybe Dow, but as the cautions continue to roll on, you know, they continue to under the caution, and well, you know what, I think I'm conceding my own point now. I think that caution might have actually still benefited Dow. Let him save more.
What I do know is he's still leading this race, and I'm interested by Ryan Steele's progression so far. He's back up into the top 3, working on the back end of Dallas Pataska, who just recently set the fastest lap of the race. One car goes way down low. I think that was Brian Bennett, and it was. He's got Bob Beltrami right behind. Beltrami and the Beltrami salami machine. Oh, and there's a side-by-side back here even further with Lynn Kinchlow, Sebastian Jackson. So while most of the field rides single file, these guys in the back are racing side-by-side. By the way, first car one lap down would be Nick Kuhn right now in the 19 car. He runs right there in the dog barrel machine. He runs 23rd. Next car behind him for position would be Brian Barnes. Barnes runs in 24th at the back end of this group almost. There he is.
Hey, he's got a lap back though. He was 2 laps down.
Those wave rounds, they hold a lot of power.
The only problem is, a quick yellow would be his benefit. A long green flag run would be his detriment. Wave rounds don't allow you to pit. So you're sacrificing topping off on fuel to get a lap back and potentially keep yourself in this race. So if we get another quick yellow, it might benefit him a little bit more, but it could be dicey here, Andrew. It could very much be dicey. He could go another 1 or 2 laps down.
Seeing Jackson Wade drop down the order a bit. Here comes Robert Nash on the inside. Oh, that got close. And Wade will fight his way to the inside of the racetrack into 8th position. And again, this race is starting to reset. The cream is rising back to the top. The best cars in the racetrack are getting back into the front of the field. You've got Dowd leading Pataska, Steele, Callisto, and Northway. 5 of the best cars in the racetrack. Then it's Banfield, Nash, Wade, Challenger, and Dalla Riva. Again, 5 of the other best cars in the racetrack. So your top 10 is a very strong top 10. And yet we've still got fighting. Here comes Banfield on the outside of Northway. And he's going to take that spot right away.
So many things changing around as this race goes on. And we're rolling up on halfway here in just a moment, Andrew. And let me ask you, aside from the 2 obvious, Pataska and Dowd, as we approach halfway here, honestly, who has impressed you the most so far?
Robert Northway. He's up 21 spots. He's been up higher even. when you look at driver of the day, something we rarely take into account but really should more often is positions gained. They've driven through the field. They might have started a little bit further back. They didn't have the qualifying they wanted, but they've driven through the field, made those passes, and held on to those spots. Northway has done that. Up 21 spots now. He was just in 5th. As Pataska is going to take the race lead right back away from Nathan Dowd in a hurry. That happened very quickly.
Are you sure that you're not saying that Northway has impressed you the most just because of that bluey paint scheme?
I'm sure. He really has been good. And he was good in the Euro race. He was good in this race. Has been good in this race anyways. I really have thoroughly enjoyed watching Northway slice and dice through this field. Up to the 7th spot, has been higher. Can definitely be higher in this field. Pataska, though, getting back ahead of Dowd, that might change my vote to Pataska as opposed to Dowd. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take to beat Pataska. We thought we figured it out. We thought Dowd figured it out, rather. And since then, Pataska has put the field back on notice, goes right back ahead of Dowd.
I'm going to say, I feel like Ryan Steele has been pretty impressive as well as he's going by for that 2nd spot. He's been on rails.
And Steele is up 8 spots as well, so he's up quite a few. Passing Dowd should make that 9 positions, I believe.
Don't forget, Robert Nash is up 13 spots right now. He's right in front of Robert Northway. You know, he's gained a lot of good spots as well. He's done really, really well to keep in this fight because he is currently fighting Dowd for that championship. You know, we think back to the points, Andrew. Dowd has been running in front of Nash just about all race long. Realistically speaking, even with the pit strategy, look at 115 points down, 117 to Pataska, so Pataska's looking at a big gain here too. And with Chalonier having a bit of a, you know, back pedal of a kind of run right now, this is shaping up to be Dallas Pataska's race to close in on that championship fight.
Other notables on this graphic, by the way. Ryan Steele, 14th in the standings. He runs 2nd. Brian McGreevy's in this race. He has not had a good day. He's down, let's see, McGreevy runs in 29th right now. He's 18th in the standings. Lionel Callisto's been fantastic. He entered this race 21st in the standings. Should jump up a bunch as long as he holds on to a decent position. And then Clint Kinchlow. Not having a great day, but is here in this race. Kinchlow runs 28th, just ahead of McGreevy. Kinchlow enters this race 24th in the standings.
Don't forget, you've got Tom Abramitis, who's 6th in the standings right now. He's still trying to make sure he can hang on to a top 10 run. Ross Banfield trying to get back up there. And then Ray Partridge, he's 12th in the standings right now. But that man has had one heck of a day, and I don't mean a good kind of a day. That man is down the running order. He's 4 laps down. He's dead last of all the runners. He started up a little bit further. He started 22nd. He got to a high of 8th. You see right there on the graphic on the bottom of the screen. But he's been sitting in 33rd throughout the entirety of this race. 4 laps down, and he's still trying to get his way back up into it.
Meanwhile, Zach, it's lap 200 to 400. We are hitting the 300-mile mark of this 600-mile race. And officially,
once we pass the line,
this time by, we will cross halfway. Cross flags at the stand, even though it's not shown.
Oh, yeah.
Pataska at the halfway mark leads this Majors Americas World 600.
300 miles to go. And we have been green flag racing for just under 2 hours. So turning about 100 laps an hour, even with the 4 cautions that we've had to total for those 13 laps. So we'd be a little bit further ahead had we not had the caution flags, but you know, they add to it. That's racing. Cautions happen. And you see the fight on the racetrack right now. Del Rito's getting by for the 8th spot on Morris here. That's Northway right in front of him. Bit of a fight going on. You see Chalonier right there at the end of the top 10 in the 10th spot. 11th right behind him, that's Abramitis, trying to claw his way back up there. Everyone's just feeling it out now, Andrew. We're past the halfway mark. We're still in strategy crunch mode, I'll say, obviously. But now, as you're getting closer and closer to the end of that race, that end number, that fuel picture is looking a lot more clear, as we got a bit of a race going on just outside the top 10.
Speak for yourself, Zach. I don't think anything is clear about this race just yet. We've seen how half of it can go. The next half of it could go just as crazy or crazier. So we really don't know, in my opinion, what to expect. At least I don't. Anything can happen as Chris Willard goes by Jackson Wade. This is for the 14th position. Willard recovering after that lap 1 mishap that ended the run early for, who was that? That was the 4, Brian Barnes, right behind him. Barnes still in this race, but ultimately his day, you know, it's close to being recovered. He's actually in the lucky dog position, Zach, which is surprising to me. He was almost out of this thing, and he is almost back in it.
Attrition. And I feel like that gives him a slight possibility of getting a Driver of the Day nomination. Whoa!
I would opt for something different, as Austin O'Neill getting out of shape in the 5 car. You know what I would say for the 4 car is lucky performance, lucky break of the day, if he gets that lucky dog. If he gets a lucky dog. That's the lucky break of the day to me.
You really have an Iron Man award.
Well, that would go to the car ahead of him, the 09 Christian Debate, with the Terry Labonte meets.
Sir, I would like you to remember that Jeff Gordon is NASCAR's Iron Man.
No, that is Terry Labonte.
Gordon has more consecutive starts.
It's Terry Labonte.
He got it in 2015 at New Hampshire.
It's Terry Labonte.
Sir. Oh, man.
I'm aggravating the Jeff Gordon fan in you, I know.
Yes, my fanboy is showing quite a bit right now.
Down a little all over the backstretch here as he runs ahead of Steele. Pataska has checked out a 1.8 second lead. He must have, I wonder, this is purely just speculation, that's the word. Pure speculation here. I wonder if Dallas wanted to get behind Dowd for a little bit and watch him to know what he was up against, and then go back and set sail.
I don't know. That's very strategic if he did, analyzing the competition. You can't analyze what's behind you. Well, maybe.
Not when you're looking out the windshield.
Hey, when you're out in front, all you're doing is mirror driving. At least at the super speedways, that is. But
by the way, weather conditions, I want to touch on that real quick. Track temp has actually risen from 79 degrees to 81, while the air temp has dropped a few degrees down to 71 degrees. It's still overcast skies, and it will be all race over, but I don't know if the overcast is helping hold you to the track or what, but the track temp has risen.
Bitter,
despite it becoming nighttime and whatnot. It's Chris Willard around on the front stretch. He just hangs on.
Didn't mean to just completely cut you off there, Andrew, but drivers were calling out to race control to let them know in case a yellow was needed. This is coming off turn number 2, racing with Beltrami here. In turn 3, that's a big lunge out of the 32. This is coming off of turn number 4, big wiggle, steps around.
Was there. Wow.
What a save. Flipped the grass with the left side tires and snapped loose there briefly, but keeps it straight, keeps it rolling, and we stay green.
What a catch there out of Chris Willard. Hangs on to the race car, will stay on the racetrack, and now runs in the 20th position.
20th spot.
Started 8th in this thing. Had a good qualifying run in pre-Q this week, but has not really backed it up after that early mishap with the 4 of Brian Barnes.
Well, you look at the fight for the second spot. This is second, third, and fourth on the racetrack right now. I'll say, Andrew, the top 4 on the racetrack have been pretty consistent with their running position about the entirety of this race so far. I know Nathan Dowd was, a lot further down the running order when he was having his cycle through on the pit strategy and, trying to do what he could to get ahead of the competition. He gets a little bit of a wiggle there, but I feel like this top 4 has been pretty cemented for a while now.
I would say so. Even the top 5, Ross Banfield, throw him in there. Eric Dalla-Riva. Honestly, the whole top 10. Throw in Banfield, Dalla-Riva, Northway, Morris, Challoner, Nash. We've been talking about them all race long. Morris maybe a little bit less. Throw in Abramitis instead because Morris has been a little bit all over. But this top 10 is stellar. These guys are really showing what they're made of tonight, and I like it. I like everything I'm seeing from this race as a whole. Lionel Callisto might have got the wall there at a turn 1. And Northway has just dropped back to 10th position, so his long run pace is a little bit lacking. Here comes Abramitis around him. And Wayne Hutchison. Northway headed the wrong direction. He's down to 12. He's pitting.
Looks like he's pitting. Is there a little bit of right side damage on that race car?
No. I think that's just
kind of looked like it. Kind of looked like it from the back, at least. It looked like that right rear was kicked in, but these cars are skewed. That's the thing that keeps throwing me off all the time.
Comes in for service here, and we'll head back out after a 14, now 15.08 second pit stop. Head back on the racetrack here, does Northway, and see where he blends in. He'll be at least a lap down. And this is a little bit early as well. This is after 41 laps of a run. It resets now. That was after 41 laps of racing. Or at least 41 laps on that tank of fuel and that set of tires. The leader is now up to 43 laps on him. Call it 44 across the stripe for Pataska. And we'll see who pits when to kick off this next round of green flag pit stops. I know Dowd has been saving still, but will he opt to pit later? Or does he just take less fuel and take less time in the pit lane?
Oh, don't ask me just yet. I'm still thinking about how the rest of this race can go.
Watching Pataska. Now we're going to flip back here to Ryan Steele and Lionel Callisto that have been tied together just about all race. I want to shout out Marcus Tracy in the YouTube chat. I won't read the comment out loud, but it's a good one. If you're watching on YouTube, check out the chat. It is also where we'll be holding our NARL Driver of the Day vote, brought to you by the North American Racing League. Robert Nash right on the back end of Tom Abramitis. This is for 9th. And pit stops should be kicking off really any point in time. These guys have run 47, now 48 laps in some cases.
Here, cars actually calling out that they're getting ready to hit the pit lane.
They had a caution or two to save some fuel, but otherwise, these guys are at their limit. And we should see several head to the pit lane this lap, the next lap, and the lap after. Callisto and Steele, they stay out. Challoner stays out. Nash is coming in. Oh, Challoner's coming in too. That was a late move from Challoner to come in. Banfield comes in as well. Abramitis and Nash. I see Kevin Hill is coming in. all into their boxes. Challenger and Banfield.
I think Star Pulley might actually be stuck in the pit lane a little bit longer. He made it to the box. Apparently still has a default flag.
Nathan
so
Dowd. Nathan Dowd pitting after 48 laps. He's pitting before, actually at the same time as Dallas Pataska, but before Lionel Callisto. There's Pataska into the box. There's Dowd into the box. Ryan Steele behind them. James Morris comes in. And Pataska going to be down the way here to hurry. 14.77. That virtual 24 crew has been on one. And Dowd is going to lose the race off the pit lane to Ryan Steele. 15.08 for Dowd. What is it for Steele? Caution.
Caution.
Chris Willard, it looks
Jinx.
like. No, he's pitting.
Minnesota.
Who is it? Lynn Kinchlow. Oh, no. Kinchlow had not yet pitted. This is going to be a pretty big incident, it looks like. I saw a little preview of it, so watch here in turns 3 and 4 from the tower. Watching the 44 of Kinchlow. Watch ahead of him. Kinchlow dives into the corner. 68's pitting from the middle of the racetrack, and Sebastian Jackson nowhere to go. The 88 nowhere to go. And a double tap there from the 88 machine. It's going to be... I'm trying to find actually who the 88 is. Scott Kennedy.
Oh boy.
But watch this again. Watch the 68 of McGreevy. He's going to pit and then go up the racetrack. Going to try to pit and goes up the racetrack to do it. And you just you can't have that.
Oh wow. Big hits right there. And I believe Race Control has already handled the situation. I didn't quite catch it when they announced it to the drivers, but I should be able to see it here soon in a penalty report, but someone's definitely taking responsibility for this incident.
Watching it on board of Kinchlow. And he checked up and then got hit. So he wasn't running over the 68, despite the 68 trying to pit from the middle lane. Scott Kennedy involved in that. Kennedy will take a fast repair and head back out. Here you see Kennedy's Dog Bear 88. This puts Pataska back in control of the field with just under 200 to go.
Looks like the 68 is going to be the one getting the EOL for causing the yellow.
And that would be McGreevy, the car that was pitting from, I hate to say it, but it was the middle lane. It's like he slowed up, and when he tried to slow up, the car just took off up the racetrack as opposed to staying down low. These guys will all cycle around and rejoin the pace field right behind the pace car. Pace car lights are still on with the nature of being a pit cycle and everything. Race admin's giving these guys an extra lap to get formed up, and I like that. Give these guys a little bit of extra time, keep it from being a rushed restart.
I was quickly looking. I guess something was going on with some of the guys on the racetrack when it came to the caution, but a lot of stuff coming up here. Pit Stop TV, North American Racing League this Thursday, and next Thursday they are going to Belle Isle.
Well, not this Thursday.
Detroit.
We have this Thursday off.
We have a week off.
Yes, we have a full week off, and then April the 17th we're back with the North American Racing League. So no broadcast remainder of this week. I guess this week upcoming. We are taking a little bit of a spring break, if you will. I'll take it. Time to focus up on what's next. We head to Detroit Belle Isle, then we head to Monza. And that Monza race, you can see that GT3 Mustang is up on the banks, because that Monza race is going to be Monza combined, the full layout.
Oh boy.
Yes, GT3 cars, about 50 of them on the full layout at Monza, should be a bunch of fun. And then you called it out earlier, the Badger State Showdown for Regal Promotions at Crandon International Raceway. That's Pro 4 trucks jumping up through the air, slinging some dirt on April the 30th.
That's going to be a fun one to watch. Lots of places to follow along, though. Pitstoptv.com, Facebook.com/pitstoptv, Instagram.com/pit_stop_TV, TikTok.com/pitstoptv1, Twitch.tv/pit_stop_TV, YouTube.com/pitstoptv1, and X.com/pitstoptv_. Lots of great places to follow along. The TikTok is brand new. I would suggest you go follow along with that. You get to post highlights and whatnot from all the cool races that happen here. So you'll probably see some highlights from this race go up on the social medias pretty soon. But it's time to get back to green flag racing.
Here we go, back to the restart zone. We are racing once again. The Majors Americas World 600 back underway at Charlotte. Mostly single file already as we work down the backstretch. The top 5 all single file down through Brian Bennett. And this completely mixed everybody up once again.
Everything's changing around as this race gets closer and closer to completion. Lap 230 underway. We've got 171 laps to go in this race. Still a long time to make things happen.
Watching on with Bob Beltrami here in the 10th spot. Scott Kennedy goes by. Kennedy was just involved in that crash in turns 3 and 4. And is back in the top 10. Christian of 8 in the top 10. Potaskin goes fastest as the race leader of 29.239. Oh my gosh, it gets faster and faster as the night sets on. Robert Northway's in the back end of Christian, Jackson Wade rather. Christian of 8 right behind him. Oh, and Northway got the outside wall there for a moment off of turn 4. He falls back off of Jackson Wade. Whoa, cars all over the place on the backstretch. Wade gets the wall. One other car was down low inside. I think that was the 722 maybe. There's Northway on the inside.
Side by side, turn number 1. Ooh, big send there.
Give Northway
Northway's going to get clear.
He'll now hunt down Brian Bennett for 5th. There is great racing behind these guys. Ross Banfield's behind it all. Watch this onboard. There is so much happening out ahead of him. This has got to be a rather daunting view. You've got side by side, 3 or 4 rows deep, rolling a single file up front and back. And you've got to try and pass all these guys. I mean, how?
I just love that we're still seeing fights all over the racetrack. 230 laps in. It's probably the one great thing about caution too is just punching the field back up. It makes it so much better for the racing sometimes. And Barnes going around the outside. He's still 1 lap down. He's trying to fight his way back into the free pass position again. Should we have another caution?
He's got to pass Peterson, then Wallet, Hutchison, Willard, and Polt. Polt is up there in that light blue ESE machine for Elliott Sadler Esports.
And this is what I was talking about before we got into talking about what was going on with the schedules here at Pit Stop TV. Holt had an issue. He beat the pace car off pit road, but the officials still had him trapped 1 lap down, and he had to let the field go. So he preached his case to race control. Race control said there wasn't much that they could do about it, and he pretty much had to settle with going a lap down there after his pit stop. So that's a really hard blow to have right there.
And now, as opposed to being on the lead lap, Holt is 1 lap down, riding at 20th as the top car 1 lap down, ahead of Chris Willard, who's right behind. Willard right behind, then Hutchison. Hutchison's got trapped a lap down. Wallet. Barnes, rather. I keep saying Burns for some reason. Brian Burns. It's Brian Barnes in the 4. Austin Peterson, Nick Kuhn, also 1 lap down. A few cars have dropped out of the race. Eric Staropoli out of the race. Wyatt Gray out of the race. They are 32nd and 33rd. Ray Partridge is now 31st. He's still in the race, albeit 4 laps down. And Don Dolson, who's 3 laps down, just dropped down the racetrack there and let everybody go. And the Kingsman Racing 04 gets back up to pace. And Zach, here's that battle for 5th. We talked about Northway getting clear of Wade. And here he is. He is working on Brian Bennett.
Is off of turn number 2. Not much of a run down the back straightaway, but Northway's been doing really good on corner entry. He has been really setting that car up for some good, solid corner speed, and a bit of a loose, but a bit of a wiggle there out of the 71 of Bennett. Now they're going to get side by side at turn 1. A little dip in the grass there for Northway, and he's going to get clear going into turn number 1.
Northway goes by for 5th. Now Jackson Wade rides right behind Christian Abate. That was a cool shot out of turn 2. All these guys clamoring to get down to the bottom of the racetrack and ride that white line. See how many of them miss, how many of them make it. I love that. Seeing who can make the line and who doesn't. Got Kennedy get shuffled out of order. Here goes a couple of lap cars. Brendan Polt, and the 32 of Chris Willard. Wayne Hutchison goes along with. Whoa! Dolson in the 04. What a save. Now Kevin Hill makes a move here on the 5 of Austin O'Neill. That was regal material for Don Dolson. We've got to take a look back at that. Zach, I'm going to say it. I feel like when this 04 car comes back around the racetrack to turn 2, this just might be lucky performance, lucky break of the day material. Just for the amount of saving that had to happen. Look how sideways he is off the corner. Whoa, watch out.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of Kyle Busch's save, whether it was in qualifying or practice at Kentucky Speedway in what, 2015 or 2016, I think
I know what you're referencing, yeah.
I mean, did you see his hands?
It wasn't quite to that degree, but it was close.
It was pretty close. It was him coming off of turn number 2. It's a track with yellow walls. It just reminded me, you know. Thinking back, getting some nostalgia here. Up front, though, Dowd and Steele are going at it for that 2nd spot. Dowd has been hanging on really, really well. And, you know, this has been quite a bit of a long run here. And the thing about it that strikes me is that Pataska is not getting away. He's not just driving straight away.
Well, he's driven away to a point, right? He's got out there. These guys let the leash go a little bit. It's up to 1.2 seconds now. But he's not completely checking out to the 5, 6, 7 second gap we saw earlier. It's still a gap, but it's not as big as it could be. I give you that much. As it is about 1.2 seconds currently. Dowd sits in 2nd, then Steele and Callisto Steele in a Sector 5 racing teammate sandwich.
Well, there's still a lot of racing left to run. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out for them. I don't know. My headspace is, if these are the guys that have been the fastest on the racetrack, try to see if you can do what they're doing. So we got to fight for third here, Callisto to the inside. Do whatever you can to make sure that you're not losing ground. And that's a hard thing to do sometimes, because a lot of these guys, it's an open setup racing. It's open setup. These guys have their car set up all differently. You know, their car could be doing something that somebody else's car isn't doing, or their car could be doing something that someone else's car is doing. I mean, there's so many different variables right now playing into how this race can go. And, you know, if we're talking strictly from maybe a setup-wise, Tasca must have hit it on the nose. But when we're talking strategy-wise, I think Dowd still has a horse in this race. I think all of these top 4 drivers do. Heck, even the guys in the top 10 still have a horse in this race.
I think anything can still happen, quite frankly. We are in a weird spot of the race right now. It's like the Twilight Zone, just in between the beginning and the end, and we're in the middle somewhere, and it all just kind of meshes together until we get down to the end of this race, and we finally have a clear picture of what's going on for the fuel and tires, and what's going on between all of these drivers as Dowd falls back behind Ryan Steele, and now behind Lionel Callisto. This is an implosion all of a sudden for the 7 car. He has dropped 2 spots in the same lap. Not sure what's going on for Nathan Dowd, but all of that speed we saw earlier is starting to fall out the window.
Sir, I didn't watch the Twilight Zone. I don't get that reference whenever it gets brought up. Oh, we got a caution.
Yellow flag, Scott Kennedy.
Oh my goodness.
Tom Abramitis, Ross Banfield, Robert Nash, so many cars involved. Sebastian Jackson, slow through it. This is going to be a fast repair for a lot of good race cars.
Oh boy, this is the biggest wreck we've seen all race. Knocking on wood for that one.
Watch the 88, blue and red, top of the racetrack. Right behind Christian Challenger in the 1. Comes down the racetrack and the 77 is there. And that just stacks all those guys up. James Morris gets a piece of it. See Abramitis and Nash, Banfield. Slow it down.
I think Abramitis probably could have jumped onto the brake a little bit sooner. But that's still just a hair-raising incident right there.
So Kennedy is that 88 car. He's going to turn down across the nose of the approaching 77. They meet in the middle, and that collects Banfield. That collects Nash, Morris, Abramitis. Nowhere to go. It's a 5-car sandwich. They go down through the grass and whatnot. A couple of impacts to the inside wall, maybe. Right on board.
That's
Tom
a rough
Abramitis.
one for sure.
There's the 92s here. This is right behind it all, so you're going to see it all just happen in an instant. And this is going to bring out a very interesting yellow, Zach. Remember how we were talking about trying to make it 50 laps on a run? This comes right at 250 complete, 150 to go. So this is going to put these guys in a very, very interesting position where they might just have enough to stretch it if you're Nathan Dowd to the end of the race if this thing goes green. And we have seen near 150 lap runs in this race already. This is right in that territory of potentially making it to the end on what would be 2 more stops at lap 300 and then again at lap 350, thereabouts, if you can stretch it. It's going to take a lot of saving out of guys like Nathan Dowd to try and do it. But we've seen Fuel Strategy win an oval race in the majors before. Go back to the majors Intimidator. Not so long ago, back in February. And that's when Nathan Dowd went to victory lane with Lionel Callisto in second. teammates saving fuel there. We could see it again here tonight. Want to give a shout out, a big thank you to those who help us here at Pit Stop TV. Of course, Majors Garage powers the Major Series. But here at Pit Stop TV, we are powered by Whiplash Simcams, bringing you the sights and sounds of every Pit Stop TV broadcast, along with ATVO, CC's Business, Cody Williams Design, Lucky Performance, and the North American Racing League. Good to see Richard Wolsifer out in the chat, as we'll take one more lap of caution here from the fan cam. Really cool views at what it might be like to sit in the stands here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Richard Wolsifer, a part of the BRB Racing League, that will return to Pit Stop TV on Tuesdays in May 2025 and carry on through the summer and into the fall. And we're nearly to driver of the day time. I think we'll probably take the vote somewhere around lap 300. Maybe as late as 325. But these guys, they have a long ways to go still. 150 laps or so. Might be good to do it on 3 stops, or 2 stops rather. That's the hope. Two of these guys can stretch out of their fuel tanks. Back around to the restart zone here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Dallas Pataska, Ryan Steele, Nathan Dowd, Lionel Callisto, Robert Northway, Christian Abate, your top 6. Green flag back in the air. The World 600 is back underway. Steele gets clear of the 7 of Dowd. Northway gets clear to 4th. Christian Abate right behind with Jackson Wade, Christian Challenger, and more stacked up right in the coattails of that 09 machine as they're side by side for 3rd place. Robert Northway on the short run, powering ahead in that Bluey machine. That Bluey car has just been so fantastic today. Eric Dolariva gets clear of Christian Abate. Austin O'Neill comes on through. Dallas Pataska down to a 29.203. Keeps getting closer to that 29 flat area. And the track temp has actually dropped significantly, 4 degrees, from 81 to 77, now back up to 78 degrees. And the sun isn't coming out, but the clouds are dispersing here as the race goes on. On board with the number 1 machine of Christian Challenger, he works here on Jackson Wade. Robert Northway still into the 3rd spot. Nathan Dowd and Lionel Callisto getting left in his dust. Ryan Steele doing a good job of hanging on, and I feel like gloves are starting to come off. They're at least getting looser. They're maybe not off entirely, but this is that point in the race. We're getting down closer and closer to being really on the laps to go as opposed to the laps complete. Right, it's lap 259 of 400. We're past halfway, getting closer to 75% race distance. And at that point especially, you're counting laps down as Wade goes way down the racetrack, just hangs on to it ahead of Christian Challoner. Behind him now, Eric Della Riva comes up, Austin O'Neill, Bob Beltrami's in the top 10. Jackson Wade gets things figured out, gets back settled. Eric Della Riva goes by. That is for 7th on the racetrack as we work lap 260 of 400. So 140 to go this time by. Patask is out to a 1.2-second race lead once again. Steele sits in second, then Northway. A very spread out top three. Dowd and Callisto on top of one another in 4th and 5th. Exactly, we were talking about it at the caution a little bit. This puts these guys with a lap 253 restart right in range of making it a 2-stop race, especially if you're Nathan Dowd and have been saving fuel all race long. It's going to be interesting to see if this race goes green, who can stretch fuel out and take a pit stop out.
Yeah, if we can make it about 48 laps apiece, that's what? 48 plus 48, that's 96. 96. So 142. Right? No, 144. Hold on. Yes. 138 to go. Yeah. No, I mean that would. Oh Lord.
The map is broken, Zach. Give him a second to come back.
Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on a second. So 48 laps about on the fuel run. That's 96. So we're looking at with 137 to go now. 2 stops. Yeah, no, they should be able to make it on 2 stops. If I am doing my math correctly, because with 137 laps to go, that would put about another 47 laps on, so that would take us past the 300 mark, just over the 300 mark. I think that would put us about lap 305, 310. 310 is what I'm putting my estimate at. Run about another 40 laps, 45 laps at least, and you would be able to split that last 90 or so laps about halfway down. You could only run maybe about another 3 laps on top of that, maybe 4 if you're able to get it down.
Point is, it's close.
Very.
Got a battle here. Austin O'Neill works on Jackson Wade and makes the pass. Bob Beltrami sits back in the 10th spot. Here comes James Morris to give him a run for his money. And Brian Bennett sits back in the 12th spot. Kevin Hill 13th. Tom Abramatis in 14th. Did not take a fast repair under that yellow. Ross Banfield, similar situation. Did not take a fast repair despite the damage. And rides now in 15th spot.
Don't talk to me. I'm still doing math.
Well, I want to give a big shout out to the race controllers on this event. As Beltrami goes by Jackson Wade, who drops down the order quickly. That puts Morris into the top 10. The race controllers for this event in particular, Jake Fox and Jimmy Peacock in the Majors Garage booth, if you will. Doing some race control work and keeping these guys in order. I believe they've got 3 splits to look after. I'm not sure who's race controlling what. I just know they're in the Majors race control booth. So I know they're helping out for this event, and there's been others that have helped out throughout the course of the weekend. Of course, we had the international split last night, the Euro split this morning at 11 o'clock, and now America is here this evening. To all you race controllers, thank you for doing what you do. In that time, Lionel Callisto, in that time, Lionel Callisto goes by Robert Northway. So Northway had a great short run car and is starting to fall off a little bit. Callisto managing his tires a little better. And so we continue on. Been a nice drive so far from Northway. Sorry to cut you off. Been a nice drive so far from Northway. And has really done a fantastic job of managing his stuff throughout the course of the race. This is the first time we're seeing him start up front for a run and stay up front for a run, because he's usually been having to play catch-up. From starting 28 and driving through the field, and then getting set back a couple of times and driving back through the field a couple of times. This is the first time he's been up front for a restart and stayed up front and has been able to just manage his stuff. I'm interested to see exactly when he hits, because that will tell a lot as to where he finishes this race later on, if this thing goes green.
If this race goes green, expecting like we're going to end this race under the caution flag.
Well, that happened to the Eurosplit on GSRC.
Hold on a second. That brings in a different factor. If the race were to end under caution, and these guys are close on fuel, they can just coast.
They can, but they got to make sure they have enough to make it back around.
Yeah, we're going to pull old Greg Biffle incident at Kansas again.
Right. So
I wonder if there's anybody out there that got that reference, other than you.
Lionel Callisto has gone by Northway. Nathan Dowd now works up to Northway. Right behind him, Christian Challenger has gotten clear to 6th spot, so he's passed Eric Dallariva and Austin O'Neill. Remember the complaint from Challenger early in this race that he was down on top end speed? I think that complaint has been resolved. He has not taken a fast repair, but he has taken some damage repairs. And he is doing a fantastic job of managing that one car and keeping it in the top 10 here.
We've got Chris Willard heading to the pit lane. He's running in the 22nd spot right now, so that might start the cycle for these guys getting ready for their green flag stops. I know we've only been back green flag racing for about 20 laps now.
Au contraire, so Willard stayed out to get a lap back. He is a wait around car, and he has run 49 laps along with Wayne Hutchison.
Barnes is on the lead lap though.
Holy cow, you're right.
I thought you knew.
Ryan Barnes back in this race on the lead lap. Granted, he took the wave around to do it, so he will have to pit here in about 3 more laps.
That's what I was getting on a little bit ago, Andrew. Not about, what, half an hour ago. That is what this man needed. He needed cautions to get back out there, and then he needs quick yellows to keep that track position, because when you take that wave around, you can't pit. So it's putting himself in a bit of a hole right now, but I'm sure he'll be able to dig himself out of it. We're nearing the end of the race. I say that, we still got 175 laps to go. Or, excuse me, 125 laps to go next time by. But there's still potential for the man. There is still potential to get back on the lead lap and still be contending at the end of this race as he takes to the pit lane.
Well, he can still cycle back out to be on the lead lap and try and get a caution at the right time. We're watching Austin O'Neill and Eric Dallariva. They battle for 6th. Bob Beltrami right behind for 8th. And that's to bring James Morris into it in the 18 car. Scored as the 351. We're seeing a lot of one-off entries this evening. A lot of guys who are running this event for this event don't usually run the majors. Might get roped into doing more of these events, hopefully. That's always the hope. That these guys discover the majors for one of these events and decide to stick around and try out different kinds of motorsport. But we're seeing multiple Elliott Sadler Esports entries running this race really as a one-off, trying things out. That would include the Elliott Sadler Esports 18 of James Morris, again scored as car 351. It would also include Brendan Polt, who we were talking about earlier, has since cycled back onto the lead lap and has got that lucky break. So you know what, Zach? You know what that means it's time for?
Oh?
The lucky break of the day. He got that caution. Remember we were talking about it. He got cycled out. You said he beat the pace car out of pit lane, but didn't get credit for it. Had to go back a lap down. He got the caution when he needed it. Got the lucky dog. Is back in this race. That has the makings, to me, of lucky performance, lucky break of the day, if things hold out for him. And really, it's already happened. So I would say he deserves it. At least a nomination for that award. But There you go. That's one of our nominees, one of our contenders for Lucky Performance, Lucky Break of the Day.
And you're not wrong. It's a pretty good contender, I'll say.
He runs in 17th, right behind Christian Bate, who you can see out his windshield. Meanwhile, Kevin Hill had that blistering pit stop earlier at a 14.1. Last stop for him was a 14.2, actually a 14.1 again. So he's got a really good crew on that 52 car. Unfortunately, hasn't had the race to make up for it. He rides down in 12th spot. He's trying to work up there. He's doing a good job, but has been kind of down the order so far tonight and is working on it. Started down in 24th. I will say, for all of these guys, you've got to have pace to make top split of the majors, especially in the Americas region, where we have 3 splits of this race. You know the name Aaron Smith, right?
Who doesn't know the name Aaron Smith?
Exactly. He couldn't make top split majors for this event. He qualified in split 2. We're talking about a regular Norker on Pit Stop TV. We're talking about somebody who runs every league under the sun, it seems like, except for BRB apparently. And usually he's in highlights winning races, whether it's on road, on oval, it doesn't matter. Aaron Smith qualified for split 2 today. Couldn't make it to split 1. That shows the testament. It's a testament to the skill here in this split. If you make top split majors in America's region, especially in America's region, you have got pace. You've got things figured out. You are a good driver. It's just worth mentioning here as we talk about kind of who's fast and who's not at times. All of these guys are fast, just at varying degrees.
Everyone's got pace. Some just got a little bit more pace. It speaks to the testament of a lot of these guys. I mean, I've had the privilege to run against competitive guys like Aaron. I've beat Aaron on a couple of occasions, sometimes by luck, sometimes by pace. You know, he is now involved with PT Autosport and their association. He got to do their aspiring driver shows. One of those guys that did, you know, a sim to reality type deal. And he's a very competitive driver on the sim. He's one of the most competitive drivers on the sim. There's a lot of drivers that I've had the privilege to race against, and he's one of the ones that I respect the most out of the guys that I've raced against. And the fact that he did not qualify for top split is crazy to me.
So again, just shows you how good these guys are in this top split of the Majors Americas region. And I would say Majors as a whole. It is one of the best, if not the best organization on iRacing. Getting a lot of good things done week in, week out, month in, month out, as these events tend to be spaced out. We've also got the Majors Endurance Championship in the back, not on the back burner, but kind of behind the scenes. It's not quite as prominent as the Major Series, but it runs a little bit more on a, I think it's on a bi-weekly basis, something like that. You can find out all information at majorseries.com, but very much worth checking out. Let me just check that, make sure it's Major Series. I'm not doubting myself. Yeah, majorseries.com. You can find all information about the majors and everything going on, including MEC, at majorseries.com/series/MEC. Their next event is at Portimao. That is April 26th. Then their finale at Spa on May 10th. And then the Majors 24 is technically under that envelope as well, and that is on June 21st. We watch here, Robert Northway has been passed up by Nathan Dowd, and Austin O'Neill is on the way. That 5 car is a cruising.
He's going to pass the blue car that you love so much. If he gets up there, that is. Took me a second to kind of realize what that was in front of me. As I say that, gets a bad run off of turn number 4, but hey, the race continues on either way. We are nearing 75% of the race completed. Can you believe that, Andrew? 75% of this race is almost done.
Oh, and Ross Banfield just pitted.
Uh-oh.
Now, I was under the impression that he had pitted with the leaders and would be good to go a little bit longer than that, but he is just pitted.
Unscheduled green flag stop?
Well, hoping not.
Follow up, did he take tires or was it just gas?
It was a full service stop. It was a full service
okay.
stop. I'm surprised by this. I wonder if he had pitted with the leaders. I didn't check it in time. If he had pitted with the leaders, I wonder, Northway coming in. I wonder if this is these guys realizing they are not good at the end and getting a short stop so they can get back out there on good tires.
Okay, let's do some more math here. So 290, run about 48 laps, 46 laps, because we know that 777 has been hitting a little
If they
short.
pit here, they're not good at the end. They will make an extra stop. But this is only 39 laps into a run. They've got 10 more to go.
So it needs to get stretched. If they want to make it to the end, they have to stretch their fuel to at least, and this is still factoring in the fact that they're going to need to save gas, stretch it at least to lap 304, 305. That is the margin. And I'm basing that off of how much fuel Nathan Dowd was saving. Because we saw it earlier, he was going pretty long. He went about 48, 49 laps. So let's factor that in as about a 98 lap run. That would put him as pitting around lap 302. But for these guys that have been pitting short, around 46, 44 laps into the run, that would put them a little bit around the 305 mark, 306 mark. And that's still with the fact of they may still need to save.
I think you're going to have to, if you're going to stretch this out, you're going to have to run 50-lap runs. And you're going to have to have been saving this entire run, extra saving. The only driver I feel like has got it would be Nathan Dowd. He's the one to watch right now. When he pits, that's the call.
I don't know, Andrew.
He's done the fuel saving all race long. If anybody's going to have it figured out, it's going to be Nathan Dowd. And remember, that's how he won the Intimidator race back in February. Was fuel saving, along with Lionel Callisto. They had enough to save an extra pit stop. And I figured if it was save an extra pit stop or if it was take less fuel. Regardless, they did it on fuel strategy and just had enough to get to the end. They ran out around the checker flag. In fact, Callisto coasted to the checkers, and Nathan Dowd won the race. And this is all if this goes green, but we'll know what's going on when he pits.
We'll have to wait and see.
Teammate Brian Bennett just pitted.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now. I won't lie to you, Andrew. I'm trying to figure this out.
I agree.
Should we start going over trends of the race now, too?
I mean, if you'd like, I don't have a graphic for it.
No, man, I was just making a joke.
It's about that time.
Oh, man.
So here comes Northway on good tires.
The last 8 times that we've been to Charlotte Motor Speedway, Lowe's Motor Speedway, excuse me, I said I was going to run with that the rest of the broadcast. The last 8 times we've been to Lowe's Motor Speedway, the caution flag has come out within the last 30 laps of the race going forward. So we'll have to wait and see how the race goes in that last 30 laps. How was my Larry Mack impression? Was it good? Was it pretty good? 1 out of 10.
1 out of 10.
A what?
1 out of 10.
Brother.
Yeah. Gonna have to be critical of that, but you want to talk actual trends of the race setting. Look back at the Euro split and consider the fact that they had a long green flag run until about 15 laps to go. They had fuel strategy figured out. These guys knew what they were doing, whether it was pitting or staying out or trying to save or whatever was going on. They knew what to expect. 15 laps to go, caution, pit. Everything changes.
And Pataska's on pit lane.
As is...
He's not good to the end.
As is O'Neal, as is Callisto, as is Steele. Dowd stays out, and that's about it. Beltrami stays out. But Pataska leads the charge into the pit lane. They couldn't quite do it.
None of them are good to the end now. They're about 7 to 8 laps short.
If you pit before lap 300, you are not good. After lap 300, I don't know. That's
dicey.
That's spicy. You're right. But if you pit before lap...
Spicy or dicey?
I thought you said spicy.
I said dicey.
Regardless, it's true. Here we go, on to lap 299 for Nathan Dowd. This is now lap 48 of the stint.
There's Pataska coming off the pit lane.
Clutch in. Clutch back out. When's he going to pit? Not this time.
Oh,
he will make it at least to lap 300 here. Watch the telemetry. Watch the clutch go in right here. And then release. And he could maybe be clutching more and still run a decent pace.
Oh my God. I think he negated the pit stop. If he pits after lap 300, sorry, Andrew, my brain just went into overdrive. If he continues and pits after lap 300 and he's still staying on the racetrack, Dowd is staying out, he's got the extra lap then over Pataska, which would negate the extra... Oh my gosh, he just pulled that big brain move. My mind is blown. I think I just...
Well, we've been
now.
talking about it. At least I know I've been talking about it. I don't know what you've been on. I know I've been talking about it. He's got to go a lap or two longer here. He's on lap 50 now.
This is the math I was trying to get down earlier,
but hang
and now it's finally starting to make sense.
But hang on. This is lap 50 now of the run. This is with saving. So he's coming in lap 301. Call it 302 now. He's still got to run nearly 50 laps. Earlier, without safety, because remember, he just ran 50, but that was with a caution at the beginning of it to save.
Northway to the pit lane.
Wait, Northway came in.
I think so. It's I
Northway
heard
to
a
the
call
lead.
out that the leader was pitting, and the leader right now is Northway.
I'm not so sure about that. He's still on the racetrack. He continues on.
Okay,
so
that might have just thrown me off then.
We saw the pit stop there for Nathan Dowd. It's going to be very close. That's my point. We're going to have to just sit back and watch and find out. Abate has taken the strategy with him. Abate actually might have gone a lap longer. Oh boy, it's going to be close. I'm not sold that Dowd can do it, but if anybody can, it's going to be him.
Well, Northway pitted already, right? He's already made his way into the pit lane.
14 laps ago.
Oh, so he really can't make it. Okay, never mind. Don't we have a graphic to for the ticker to show when everyone's last green flag stop was?
Negative.
Oh.
That is not something that is picked up by ATVO, unfortunately.
I think what is picked up by ATVO, though, there we go. Actually, I made the grammar work, is laps led. And how many laps has Dallas Pataska led today?
230.
Oh,
boy. Over half the race has been under car 24. He is catching up quickly to Robert Northway, though, and should pass the 46 within a couple of more laps.
Banfield's led 10 laps. I think that's probably what the next closest person to laps led on the day. No, it's down 50. That's still a huge margin, a very big margin.
There you see Northway in the frame. He's going to lose this lead to Pataska pretty quickly. Northway goes down the racetrack and I think is just kind of going to let it happen. Pataska's going to run the outside here. And Zach, oh, I said Zach. I don't know where I got that from.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's been this long of a broadcast that I'm starting to, I don't even know. But
You know
Zach.
how rare it is someone mispronounces my first name?
Well,
The only time people mispronounce my first name is when they have a very heavy, like, Middle Eastern accent. And they call me Zachary.
well, anyway. It's about driver of the day time.
Oh boy.
Inside of the final 25% of this race. And earlier I mentioned we'd do it around lap 300 or 325. We're right in between there. I think it's a good time to go ahead and start talking about it. So we talked earlier, and we figured locks would be Nathan Dowd and Dallas Mataska. We figured they were kind of locked in. I will pencil them in. Is that okay?
So yeah, I think we both had our first picks labeled already. We were just kind of working on our second picks. And I think you picked Northway as your second pick because you said you wanted to factor in those positions gained over the course of the race.
And honestly, I'm not even going to change that. I think he still deserves it. With all the positions he's got in this race, he's up 27 spots. So really, we're just waiting on you.
Well, oh man, that's a tough call, but
Here, I'll put up the positions gained for you.
there you go.
As Ross Banfield and Tom Abramitis do some battle. Abramitis makes the pass. Banfield falls back to 11th position. You know who would be a contender for me is Beltrami.
I was about to say that, but I think I'm going to go with the person that I was talking about earlier in the day who's been fighting to get himself back into this race, and that's going to be Barnes in that 4 car. I know he's down first 2 spots on what he started on the day. He started up inside the top 10, but he has been battling as hard as he possibly can to get that car back on the lead lap. If I'm not mistaken, he is on the lead lap right now. He might have actually been one of the first cars 1 lap down after the green flag cycle went on through. But he has been fighting. He was 2 laps down at one point. I think he's 1 lap down now. He might actually be on the lead lap.
He's on the lead lap for now, but he's going to have to make an extra stop.
Well, he's been fighting it out. And I think that is amazing for him. He has been doing an absolute stand-up job to recover this race after that early caution. That was on lap number 3 or so when he spun into the outside wall. He had to use his fast fix. I think he is a sure contender for driver of the day.
Brian Barnes goes on the vote, and the vote is up on YouTube now. You've got the choice of Brian Barnes. You've got the choice of Nathan Dowd, who runs down currently in 12th, driving back through the field but trying to save fuel. You've got the choice of the 24 of Dallas Mataska, who's led 230-plus laps. You've also got the choice of Robert Northway in that 46 car, who's just fallen back to 4th position. Remember, he pitted earlier to get that undercut. He's going to get some track position for it as a result when this race cycles out.
How long can he hold on to that track position, though? That's the question.
We shall find out. The vote is up. Make your votes on YouTube. And let us know who you pick for today's NARL Driver of the Day vote. It's a shame, unfortunately, that we can only pick 4 drivers, because I'd love to include these 2, Ryan Steele and Lionel Callisto. I'd be interested to see who would vote for them, because they have been fantastic to watch as well. They've been on top of one another all race. But we can only nominate 4 total drivers, and I feel like we nailed them. I feel like. We don't always get it right, but I think we got it about right as we can today.
You know, I'm going to agree with you on that one. I think we did a solid job on the Hill drivers of the day.
On board with Christian Challoner, he's going to work here on Eric Dollarima and then Austin O'Neill. And these guys all pitted on the same laps. There's no disparity between them. No tire discrepancy. Who there is a tire discrepancy between would be Kevin Hill and Nathan Dowd. And Dowd has just gone around Kevin Hill, and now his teammate Brian Bennett on the outside of the racetrack. Dowd now back into the top 10 and chasing Tom Abramitis. Abramitis running in 9th place after a hiccup earlier where he was involved in a crash. He was involved in that crash along with the 96 of Nash, the 777 of Ross Banfield, the 351 of James Morris, and a couple others. So far, though, Abramitis is doing the best of hanging on after that. Banfield runs down in 14th, Nash runs in 13th, Morris runs in 16th. I don't think any of them took a fast repair after that crash. Battle here for 11th spot, Brian Bennett and Kevin Hill. And Zach, I'd imagine you probably like that paint scheme on the 52 car. It's got black, it's got yellow, it looks pretty similar to stuff I've seen you run before. And he just made a really clean pass on Bennett.
Just about. Now, I'm going to give you a bit of a shock here. Oh, caution on the speedway.
Everything is out the door.
I was about to say something really funny, and it just fell away. Oh, no, it's Banfield.
Everything is out the door. I told you. I just can't believe it. One of the best strategy moves we could have seen is going to trap Nathan Dowd in 10th position, 9th position. It's all for a caution. Let's see what happened here. Ross Banfield in the 777. It's coming into pit. Didn't communicate it, it seems like, or the message wasn't received. I don't even know if he was coming into pit. He didn't look like he was slowing down much, Zach.
Didn't look like it.
Go back a little further. Let's catch the 700 here, who was the car that ran into him. Brennan Polt. Let's try and deduce from here. Racetrack. Oh, I think he was trying to pit.
Might have been.
Well, this reshapes the race in the worst of ways for some, the best of ways for others. Pit stops underway. Dallas Pataska leads the charge in. See Dowd on the jacks. Here comes Morris. Pataska's down and away. Followed by Barnes. Whoa! Was Barnes in the lead lap for that? No.
Yeah, no.
No. Oh, man.
But that, if he let it know, then that would give him a waiver round, though. Because he came out in front of the leaders. That would put him on the lead lap.
No, he came out right behind the 24.
Oh.
So close.
Hold on a second. Hold on just a minute here. Did Brendan Polt have anything to do with that yellow flag?
Yes. He was the car that ran into the 777 of Ross Banfield.
I was a little bit confused there for a moment. He's questioning the call apparently from race control. He's getting the EOL for it.
It comes down to whether or not the message was delivered about the 777 pitting, which is what it looked like. It looked like Banfield was pitting.
Well, he's just going to have to go with the call as we get ready to restart. Less than 100 laps left in this race. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you to go ahead and vote for the driver of the day as they have just put the lights back on the pace car. It's currently a four-way tie between all four drivers. So let's see if we can't get that tie broken, get that driver of the day vote put in.
And now, I wasn't able to watch the international race. I watched a bit of the Euro race, but I wasn't sure on this statistic. But Northway, as I suspected, ran the international race as well as the Euro race and now the Americas race. He's run all three and has to be in running for driver of the day on that regard. The Iowa Scotsman points it out to us in the YouTube chat, and I fully agree. He's like the Iron Man of the majors, running all these races I know he's not the only one that runs multiple races over the weekend, but he's one of the only ones who does all 3 or multiple races over the course of the weekend. And Robert Northway, what an incredible driver. He has been fantastic to watch tonight, all in that fun-loving bluey paint scheme.
You love the paint scheme, don't you, Andrew?
I know it's my son's favorite. He's a big fan of bluey. I'll be honest, I'm a big fan of Bluey. I'm a big fan of the show. It's a pretty good show. It's one of those things that you end up watching as a parent because it's on for your kid, and you end up realizing it's actually really well written. It's a really good show. So,
well, I mean, I'm gonna shamelessly admit this on the broadcast here, but I'm turning 24 years old in 3 weeks, and I still watch Thomas and Friends because Thomas and Friends was really well written. It's got a lot of great values in it, and it's still a good show. At least the first 7 seasons, I'll admit that.
The first 7 seasons. Oh man, here we go.
Look, when Restart Zone, over, man.
Restart Zone coming up. Everything is devolving now. About 75 laps to go. 78 at the line. Green flag is back out in the Majors World 600. Callisto gets clear of Steele here for second. Northway in fourth. Dollarriva in fifth. Challenger in sixth.
Lots of fights throughout the field. Everyone can now make it on one more stop. This shakes it all up. Dowd now has to fight his way back through the top 10. You can see he's down low underneath Beltrami, trying to find a way around that race car. He clears Abramitis, so he's going to be able to fall in line here. But he's got to try to find a way around and put that car back up towards the front. It's all out push mode now, Andrew. There's no fuel saving anymore. You don't need to fuel save because you only need to make one more stop. You don't have to push the clutch in. You don't have to be conservative. And Pataska knows it. So does Northway as they click off purple laps.
Northway quickest at a 29.16. On board with Nathan Dowd as he tries to work through the field. And I want you to watch this telemetry graphic and tell me what's different now.
No clutch.
No clutch. He has changed his driving style to not use the clutch now that he doesn't have to save fuel. And is just riding it out, letting the engine decel on its own. Goes past the 14 of Bob Beltrami. And Lionel Callisto even is hanging with Dallas Pataska. Now that these guys don't have to save nearly as much. I mean, it's run about 35 laps and then run 35 more, just about. It's, what did I say, 78 at the green flag, so it's a 38 lap race. Call it 39 and 39. And I think we'll see these guys pretty much split it up because of how important tires are. I don't think we'll see much running beyond 39 laps in either one of these stints.
Probably not.
Okay, so I just checked on something. Ray Partridge, the other driver to attempt all 3 races, and Partridge is still running, albeit deep in the field, 29th position. You have to shout out a guy like this who is running all 3 races, just like, I can't even think of him now, Robert Northway. It's been a long race. Yeah, it's been a long race, man. Give me some slack. Ray Partridge.
Live for what? Almost 4 hours?
3 hours and 27 minutes and counting. But
oh boy.
Ray Partridge and Robert Northway each attempting all 3 races this weekend. And Partridge is still in it despite being some 4 laps down. Then, let's see. 4 drivers.
Oh, big wreck right here off of turn number 4. See all the drivers getting out of the way. Caution is out. We had the focus on the drivers, but the caution happened around them.
Austin Peterson has taken right to the pit lane, so I dare say he's involved. Watch the 77 racing with the 88. That's Austin Peterson and Scott Kennedy. Some contact there off of turn 2. Peterson gets the spot. Kennedy comes up, gives him a shot.
Oh my God.
Just crashes him.
Oh my God. Guess. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that I'm not. I keep forgetting things I'm supposed to say and what I'm not supposed to say. Look at the 4 of Brian Barnes, who is now going to get the free pass. Look,
wow.
Look at that. Lucky performance, lucky break of the day nomination right there. I'm sorry. I got a little POV. I got a little egregious with my words, but I feel like this is an understandable moment for that.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go back a little more and watch this develop from Barnes' POV. We're going to see a lot of cars pit again. They've got unlimited tires. You may as well come and get them. So this is the POV of Brian Barnes. There's the contact off the 2, and then we're going to slow it down. The contact here at 3 and 4. Right about here. We'll slow it down, half speed. And you'll see Kennedy just get in deep up the racetrack. I don't know if he was trying to get back to Peterson or what, but he hit him, and he wrecked him. And Barnes just squeaks right through. One more time. By the skin of his popsicle stick.
Crazy, right?
Watch this. Through turns 3 and 4, you see the sparks. That's how close it was. That is impressive. And that is today's, I'm going to say it, I'm going to overrule it. That's today's lucky performance, lucky break of the day.
I told you. I told you. That the second I saw it, that had to be the nomination. I mean, wow. Just wow.
We'll let race control handle whether or not that was a move from Scott Kennedy to get back to the 77 or not. What we do know is, hang on, this is a live picture and cars are pitting again. It says live picture.
Put lights back on the pace car.
Hey, make sure this is live picture. It was not. I'm not crazy in that it said it was live. Let me test something. There we go, replay and live. Okay, I was very confused as to why I saw cars pitting again. I guess ATVO didn't fully bring us back live, but we're back live now. Anyways, this puts Brian Bennett second place, and you know why, Zach?
Why?
2 tires.
Hey, now what?
2 tires for the 71 car. He will come out second place. 9 seconds spent in the box. That's a bold call. And he's not alone. Ross Banfield does the same. A couple of 2-tire calls, and everything is going to change up.
We're shaping up for a run to the end here. And I'm here for it.
Now, this is the 500-mile mark, Zach. 334 laps will be complete this time by. We'll have exactly 100 miles to go.
This is what the Bank of America 500 used to be.
Correct. You're a 500-mile race in Texas. Also 334 laps there. This would be...
Hold on.
The completion of 500 miles. So when we come back around, we'll have 500 complete, 100 to go. anything can
Race
happen.
Control just issued a driver conduct warning. Retaliation will not be accepted here in the Major Series, and I'm very interested to actually understand what happened there, because the thing that I have on mine is an official warning to the 88 for driver conduct, and then a general announcement.
Yeah, that would be the driver that ran into the 77. So that is the response to Scott Kennedy. Here we go. Green flag back in the air. We are racing once again at Charlotte. Whoa, bobble out of Kennedy. That did not work out. That two-tire call backfires. Northway down the order. And they are 3 wide back there. Northway in the middle of it. That almost didn't work out. A couple of cars in the wall. Wow, what a restart.
This is really starting to unfold now. Things are changing around. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Let's catch what just happened with Northway. Looking for him here. The watch Bennett on the top side of the racetrack. Northway gets loose. Bennett gets hit by the 303 at Dollar Riva. Northway got loose on his own. This puts Ryan Steele in second. Pataska, of course, leads. Lionel Callisto in third. Eric Dollar fourth. Christian Challenger fifth. And whoa, Abramitis.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Oh boy. Things are shaping up in this last stretch to the end. If you weren't on the edge of your seat before, you should be on your seat now. Banfield taps the wall. Abramitis now looks to the outside line to take the spot away. He's going to squeeze him towards the wall, but that outside line, Andrew, it's been powerful all race long. And Abramitis is going to use it to his advantage. Down the back straightaway he goes. Big run off of turn number 2. He should get clear of the 777.
He will get clear of that 777, I think, down here at 3 and 4, and he does. But Banfield falls back. Banfield's on 2 tires, but making it work for now. Slides up just in front of Nash, and wow, it was close. That was hanging it all out there. Nash will now come by. And there's Nathan Dow. Driver of the day candidate. We thought would be in a position to win this race. Now mired back in 9th.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Dowd's got some work to do if he wants to get up to Pataska.
It's going to take at least another caution for Dowd to get there. He will pass up Banfield and move squarely into 8th position. Dowd's teammate runs 3rd. That's Lionel Callisto.
This just hit me. We still have another pit stop. I completely forgot about that. We still have another pit stop. And who's been the best fuel saver all race? Nathan Dow.
Yeah, but you don't need to now. You can save, you can save some, to your credit. You can save some to take a shorter pit stop, but it's going to be shorter by a very insignificant margin, if at all. 4 tires on these cars still takes about 14 seconds, and there's the yellow. It's for Northway.
Oh, no.
And we saw this in the Euro split. His race about imploded, and this is going to take a fast repair.
He should still have his fast fix, if I'm not mistaken.
He does. This is going to take one of them now with more than 50 laps to go. Well, one of them is going to take the only fast fit. Racing with Scott Kennedy in the 88. Kennedy came down and just hooked the 46, and oh my gosh, what a massive hit. Oh man, the 18 involved. That was vicious. Slow it down. Watch Kennedy get loose, come down and collect the 46. He goes up in the air on the nose of the 88, gets turned.
Ooh, multiple cars involved too.
Yeah, Wayne Hutcherson, somebody else attempting multiple races this weekend, gets involved. And this is going to prompt another round of pit stops, Zach. Everybody coming in for service. And fast repair taken by James Morris. So Banfield, Pataska, Morris down. They're all back in. Pataska wins the race off the pit lane over Callisto, over Steele, and over Dollareva. Things hold up front.
It looks like Scott Kennedy is actually going to get a 30-second hold for the incident as well.
I believe that might be his third of the day.
Well, race control is currently giving him the option to appeal the penalty. They're communicating with him right now if he wants to appeal the penalty. He stated he would look at it after the race, but they're telling him that if he wants to appeal the penalty, he can negate the penalty. It looks like he's not going to appeal from what I'm hearing over the race chatter. So, 30-second penalty is going to stand for the 88 this next time by when we go green flag racing. He will have to go down pit lane for a 30-second hold.
We'll re-rack and restack up front. This is going to be interesting now. These guys are a little too far still to do it on one run to the end. They'll have to make a pit stop somewhere. Question is when and for how much fuel?
I'm an advocate for short pitting, you know that.
Pace car lights still on. Let's take a look at what's upcoming for us at Pit Stop TV. Haven't done that in a while. Next up, it's in about a week and a half. It's the North American Racing League heading to the streets of Detroit. From there, we'll be off for a week until they head to Monza in Italy. And then the following week, just before their next race after that, at, I believe, Road Atlanta, we'll be headed out to Crandon International Raceway in Wisconsin for the Badger State Showdown. And of course, with Regal Promotions, the group we do broadcasts with every once in a while. We have a whole bunch of fun. These next two broadcasts are going to be, as the kids say, lit.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Don't do that.
The street course of Detroit. The combined layout at Monza. Pro 4 trucks at Crandon. What else could you want?
Not much, really, but you're really settling into the dad role. I can certainly see that.
Well, I might be a dad, but even I still get down on TikTok, and of course we've got the TikTok now here at Pit Stop TV. TikTok
That we
account.
do.
Pit Stop TV 1. We appreciate those who have gone and supported us so far with that new endeavor. We certainly would appreciate anybody else here this evening giving us a look over on Pit Stop TV on TikTok. Yeah, it's Pit Stop TV 1 or / Pit Stop TV 1. Here we go, back around to the restart zone. You see everybody lined up in turns 3 and 4. We'll ride at the drones for a lap here with 55 laps to go. Restart zone here, green flag, back in the air, and a checkup on the restart. Crashing. 4 wide across the stripe, and we're not going anywhere.
Oh.
I think that was Nathan Dowd with the checkup.
Somebody might have missed a shift.
Let's watch this again. Watch Nathan Dowd in the 7. Is there a checkup in front of him, or does he spin the tires, or does he miss a shift? Challenger started rolling. Dowd swerved to miss him, got in the grass, then hit the 14. That spun the 96. Jackson win.
Oh, man.
Here's the checkup from the onboarded now. They started going and then stopped. Not much you can do at that point. Those low caution numbers of old have risen a little bit, up to 10 cautions now for 35 laps. Still a good number for this length of race, but certainly want to stop inflating that number if we can and get some green flag racing again. "20 lead changes is interesting considering how many laps Dallas Pataska has led in this race. And Zach, that driver of the day vote is still all tied up.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised about that one. I would have thought that we would have seen that driver of the day vote get a little bit less tied up. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, you have until the end of the race when Andrew and I read the results of how this race has gone. So by the end of those results being read is when the driver of the day vote closes. What happens if we have a four-way tie, Andrew? Like, what actually happens?
I suppose it would fall to driver position, finishing position. We've not encountered that before. You can vote for driver of the day over on YouTube, showing the different options there in that bottom right graphic. Dallas Pataska, Nathan Dowd, Robert Northway, and Brian Barnes are your options for NRL Driver of the Day. Of course, brought to you by NRL, the North American Racing League. We appreciate all they do for us here at Pit Stop TV. And Zach, oh boy, these guys should have pitted.
We're not in the car. We don't know the strategy. They got something cooking, I'm sure.
They're going to be short on fuel staying out. If they had pitted here, it would have been a lot closer. Because if they had topped off this lap here, they could drive to the end with heavy saving. It's going to be interesting to see exactly how this all pans out. But for the most part, it looks like all these guys will be staying out. A couple of cars that did pit include James Morris back here, Brian Barnes as well, and Jackson Wade. Christian Abate just pitted and is back on the lead lap. Christian Challoner, watch out for Challoner. Actually, Christian is just down here on his own. I'm not sure what's going on for Challoner. He did not pit. Abate is going back in for fuel. I don't know what to make of the one car being down this far. The race control has given the lineup a green light. Going back racing with 50 to go.
Oh boy. Are you nervous? Because I'm nervous.
I wouldn't say nervous.
I'm nervous.
I wouldn't say nervous. I would say anxious, potentially. Anything could happen in these 50 laps to the end.
We've got an eighth of the way to go. There is the potential for anything to happen. We know how racing can go, Andrew, and it can get hectic.
Here we go, back to the restart zone. Let's try this thing again from the drones. Green flag back in the air here in the World 600. Cars are slow and they're crashing.
Oh, big wreck.
We're going nowhere again.
What was that trends of the race thing we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Oh, it looks like Kevin Hill ends up hooking the 14 of Beltrami, and cars are on top of each other there. Oh my gosh. Brian Barnes involved. All right, let's watch this from this angle here. Watch the 52. That's the car center of your frame, black, yellow, and gray. And the 14, that's the red and green machine of Bob Beltrami. Hill is going to come down. and hook the 14 into the wall. And they each come down the racetrack, and Beltrami gets turned again. Brian Barnes got hit. Jackson Wade in there. Sebastian Jackson. Unfortunate.
That's to say the least.
I'm just not sure what's going on here. I mean, Kevin just didn't give him enough room. Came down onto the door of the 14. I don't know if he was trying to force the 14 into that, but that doesn't seem very smart. To get down on somebody's door like that, we know they're going to track back up the racetrack. I don't know that you gotta give and take with 50 laps to go. This is gonna give these guys a chance to save fuel and stay on the racetrack, and now these guys might be good to the end on saving alone. I still would have come in and taken the tires just because you have them and been good on fuel. That way at least you know you're good.
Well, we talk about lucky performance, lucky break of the day. We've already covered that extensively, but looking at Brian Barnes right here, he just got out of that wreck a lot better than it could have been. You saw him get turned sideways, he got the car pointed straight, almost no damage on that race car. I mean, this man has been catching lucky break after lucky break. I am really, really hoping that he can keep this race going, make it to the end, complete all 400 laps, because he has stayed in it. He hasn't given up. He got those 2 laps back, and he still has a shot to win. I think he's going to end up in the top 10 here after all is said and done.
We'll have to see. A lot of cars did just pit. Finally, there you see the mob off the pit lane, including Tom Abramitis, Christian Abate, Christian Challoner, and that would be the 96 of Robert Nash. So this is what I was talking about. These guys coming in and topping off, making sure they're good to go, get one more set on the car, and try and ride this thing out to the end. The hope would certainly be that we do not repeat this caution thing any more than we already have. This race is moving along at a healthy pace until very recently. But here we go, coming back around to the restart zone, the field under the control of the iRacing.com safety car, who will dive back to the relative safety of pit lane. Green flag coming back out here. The Majors World 600 is back underway in the Americas region. On board of Nathan Dowd, he is up to the top 5, Zach. He has recovered, finally.
That he does. To the inside, though. Ross Banfield's going to take that spot away, drop him down to the 6th spot. So we've got a little bit of extra work to do, but the work can be done. It is not impossible. As Dallas Pataska scoots away from the field once again.
Look back to laps led, 280. He's likely on the way to lead over 300 laps of this race. If he doesn't win, oh my gosh. Lionel Callisto, fastest lap at 29.121. These guys are getting closer and closer, going at 28.
They should all be able to make it to the end from this spot, right?
That's what we've been talking about under yellow. It's going to be close for these guys. They have to do some saving, and Nathan Dowd has been saving.
I'm on the fence now. I don't know. I think with how this race has gone, these guys are in a really good spot, but I don't know, I feel like there might be guys that are pretty close might not be able to make it.
Well, yeah, I'm not so sure that these guys that have stayed out under these last two yellows will have enough fuel to the end. That's what I was saying earlier. Under that yellow, I would have pitted just to make sure I'm good to the end. Forget about fuel at that point. Make sure I'm good to go. I don't like the move to have stayed out under that second caution.
Think about this for a second. Who are all the drivers that have stayed out under the caution flag? Let's recap that real quick.
That would be Dallas Patasca, Lionel Callisto, Eric Dallariva, Ryan Steele, Ross Banfield, Austin O'Neill, Brendan Poltz, Chris Willard, Nathan Dowd, Brian Bennett, and Jason Wallet, and Wayne Hutchison. It's your whole top 12. They all have stayed out through each of those cautions, including Nick Kuhn. Robert Northway pitted a couple of cautions ago, so he's in better shape. He can make it to the end, I believe. The rest of these guys pitted under that last yellow. Brian Barnes, Jackson Wade, Tom Abramitis, Lynn Kinchlow, Christian Abate, Robert Nash, Christian Challoner. They are all saving here to make it to the end, but they are good on fuel so long as they pitted under that last yellow, and all those guys did. So, they're saving tires, not fuel. Also, Nathan Dowd, remember he was top 5? He has slid back to 9th. I think he is hard saving on fuel.
You might be right.
Telemetry graphic up, watch the RPMs into the corner. 9100, clutches in for a while.
Oh boy.
He's got hounds on his back end. Brian Bennett, Jason Wallet, right behind him. Jason Wallet has made a nice recovery. See Wayne Hutchison is there. Robert Northway as well.
Big fight right here. Scott Kennedy 4 laps down at the moment after having to serve that 30-second hold. We look on with Steele and Dellariva. This is shaping up to be an interesting fight right here. Dellariva has been quietly working his way back up inside the top 5. You know, we've been talking about how he's been having a bit of a strong run inside the top 10, but now he's inside the top 5. It's taken him a little while to get up here, but now he's here and he wants to make his name known.
Dellariva's been a lot of fun to watch today. Kind of an outlier in all of this. He runs an unsponsored number 303. No paint scheme on it, just a solid black car. And for that reason, it's kind of interesting to watch his progression through this race. Doesn't have some big affiliation. If we look at the team graphic here, nothing listed. Doesn't have that big a team affiliation like a lot of these guys do. You see Dog Bear on the side of the 12 car. That's a prominent team here in the major series. Victor 5 as well on the side of the 2 of Lionel Callisto. Dellariva kind of an outlier. And it's just been fun to watch him. He's just, for an unsponsored car and nothing on it, has really driven a solid race.
You know what? I'm going to agree with you. He's been absolutely solid all day long. I think a lot of these guys have. I think O'Neill's been pretty good. I think Holt's done a good job after getting back on the lead lap. Willard has been having a bit of an off cycle, so he's, you know, well cemented now inside the top 10. Bennett's been doing as well. Hutchinson, I think Hutchinson was well down the running order a lot earlier on in this race. A low of 27th.
Let's come back into the top 10 here. Runs 10th, right behind Brian Bennett. There's a few players that might cycle to the front, though, based on fuel. In fact, one of them just went 3 wide nearly. Watch out for the 92 of Tom Abramitis. Watch out for the 96 of Robert Nash. And the 1 of Christian Challoner. As this race progresses, I think they will each rise up the running order and have a decent finish here tonight. But if they don't, remember they were here. Meanwhile, Austin O'Neill, Brendan Polt, a couple of cars that have had some trouble today. Polt especially. Back into the top 10 here. O'Neill now runs 6th. Polt runs 7th. trying to change that and go back ahead.
He's got his work cut out for him here. To the outside. Little side-by-side roll to that outside line, showing its power once again down the back straightaway. Gets clear of O'Neal. Slots himself in line. O'Neal looks back to the bottom. Turn 3 is the corner that the inside line can really work for you. Or did I mix that up from earlier on? I did say that 1 and 2 was the outside line, and 3 and 4 was the inside line, right?
You know,
it's been that long of a race.
It's been that long of a race, yes. That's 4 hours ago.
Almost 4 hours ago. Actually, no, we went live about 4 hours ago.
We did. The timer tells me we have been live now. We've been streaming in some regard for 3 hours and 59 minutes and 17, 18, 19 seconds. On board with Ryan Steele. He works here on Lionel Callisto. Again, these two have been around each other all dang race.
The run he gets off of turn number 4 there, Andrew. Steele has been really good on corner exit. I mean really good on corner exit. Taking that Michael Waltrip throw back to the bumper. Oh, look at Callisto tap the wall with that right rear. That's a kick and a hit for that 2 car. Oh my goodness. Look at him, he's digging off of turn 4.
Inside now of 30 laps to go here in the Majors Americas World 600.
I'm gonna be a bit of a smart aleck here, but when we hit lap 376, we will be 15 16ths of the way through this race. Huh? Nothing.
I mean, that tracks. That works.
It tracks, but who uses that analogy?
Well, I'm sure somebody somewhere has a use for it. I want to thank you all for tuning in this evening. It's been a pleasure. It really has. This major series has proven to be so much fun here for Pit Stop Series. I have thoroughly enjoyed every broadcast we've done, and there's still so much to come this year in 2025. I want to thank, though, everybody who puts their effort into helping us here at Pit Stop TV, Whiplash Simcams, ATVO, CC's Business, Cody Williams Design, Lucky Performance, and the North American Racing League. And Richard Wilsifer is proud of you, Zach. You mathed. You did it. You got 15/16ths right here.
Yeah.
Right here, 15/16ths of the way through the race. You've got a side-by-side fight between Lionel Callisto and Ryan Steele. Steele down to the bottom side, painting that white line. He's going to make the pass and clear Callisto. And they've got a lapped car of Scott Kennedy coming up. Kennedy is on brand new tires, or at least compared to these guys, brand new tires.
Scott Kennedy is also 4 laps down, so getting in the way of the fight for the lead shouldn't exactly be on his priority list right now.
We've also got Eric Dallariva sitting right behind these guys. Ross Banfield has come back for a top 5. That's a feel-good story there. And Nathan Dowd is working his way back through the top 10 almost. He's right with Wayne Hutchison. He must feel good about his fuel number.
He's running out of time to make something happen, though. Say all these guys are good to the end. He's fighting to try and even stay inside the top 10.
Whoa, Brian Barnes, pit stop. We thought he was good to the end, I thought.
No. Oh, no.
Unfortunate. Today is lucky break of the day winner, I'd say.
Man.
Lucky performance, lucky break of the day winner, I would say anyways. Coming back in, and this is not lucky. It has to come back in for fuel.
Ox. Man. I sung his praises, man. I still do. I'm not mad at him. I'm just so sad.
Christian Challoner starting to work his way up as you watch Nathan Dowd go by Chris Willard. Challoner is racing here with Jackson Wade. Challoner had that spot, just lost it back. Challoner works in 18th position. Next time around for these guys, 20 laps to go in the Majors Americas World 600, and Challoner is saving. If Challoner's saving, you know it's going to be tight for the rest of these guys.
Holt pitting from the 6th spot. Looks like this top 12 might not actually be able to make it if you see one car already coming in from the top 12. Della Riva's in as well. Yeah. Oh boy.
We knew they'd have to pit at some point, or at least be real close. If they weren't saving, we knew they'd have to pit, and sure enough, 2 cars come in here.
Look at who's getting promoted up the running order, though. Look at Dowd.
Up to 6.
He's making a comeback.
Question is, has he turned up the wick because he feels good about the fuel number, or has he turned up the wick because he realized he can't make it?
Can it be both?
No, it would not be both. It most definitely would not be both. Here we go. Let's listen on board. Does he clutch? Still clutching.
If there's anyone that can fuel save, it's that 7 car.
That much we know.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm back on the edge of my seat.
Inside of 20 to go, and we don't know what's going to happen next. Might see some pit stops, we might not. Pataska, I think, riding this thing out, trying to wait for a caution flag. And he's going to need it. I don't think he's good on fuel. It would have taken a lot of saving. Under the yellows, under green. You see the beat up 14 behind Beltrami. Ran a really good race until it all went sour. He is the first car 1 lap down. Should we get a caution right now, he'd be back on the lead lap. So here you see Pataska in the background, way back there, Ryan Steele. Then Lyle Callisto and Ross Banfield in 4th. Austin O'Neill 5th. We're just waiting on that next domino to fall. And here it is, Wayne Hutcherson coming in.
More drivers that are inside the top 10 taken to the pit lane. That promotes Northway in. Oh, I don't know, Andrew. This is getting dicey now. If it wasn't dicey before, it's dicey now.
Here comes Polt on new tires, trying to run back through the field. That short pit. We'll see if it works out for him. Our pitting, it's Lionel Callisto. He comes in for service here with 15 to go. This is where everything got turned on its head in the Euro race. What about here in the Americas race? Pataska staying out.
Pitting. Chris Willard's coming in.
Willard runs in 6th, so he's going to come in from nearly the top 5. And his teammate Austin O'Neill also coming in. So 2 Fusion cars in at the same time. Ross Banfield comes in here. I think it's safe to say if you stayed out on those last few yellows, you are not good to the end. You've got to pit here at the end of the race. So this turns our focus now to Nathan Dowd. Could he have saved enough? He's in that group that didn't pit. He's in that group that stayed out. The next car who pitted sooner was Robert Northway. He runs in 6th. He topped off 37 laps ago. Behind him, the next car we believe is good on fuel, Tom Adormitis. Robert Nash runs behind him, then Christian Challoner. I told you, Adormitis, Nash, Challoner, they would be ones to watch to come back through the field. They pitted under that last caution. I have a good feeling about these three.
You say you have a good feeling. All I'm hearing is the potential to have this race completely turned on its head in opposing stages. We thought this race was going to come down to fuel mileage over the course of the way longer run, but with the stacking up of the cautions in this last quarter of the race, I don't know, man. I don't know how this is going to play out here.
It's interesting that it's still come down to fuel mileage somehow, somewhere. All that figuring and thinking we were doing for 300, 400, 500 miles, and it's still coming down to fuel mileage just in a whole different way. I love this. This is, you can't write a better race than we had tonight. There's Brian Barnes pulling it back into Nathan Dowd. Barnes will go by on the top side. Dowd ran up the racetrack for a second. I thought he was pitting. Ryan Steele is pitting. 10 to go. By the way, joining Wyatt Gray and Eric Staropoli out of the race, you will find Austin Peterson off the racetrack and James Morris off the racetrack. Don Dolson in 29th, the last car hanging with us with 9 to go coming this time.
Caution!
There it is. That throws everything out the window.
Oh no. Oh no.
Robert Northway.
And he's got some damage on the right rear of that race car.
We thought he might have enough to the end. What happens here? He gets tipped from the middle of the racetrack by Austin O'Neill.
We've got 13 cars on the lead lap.
And this just saved everybody who stayed out.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Folks, get out your popcorn. Get out your popcorn. Get up off your seat.
The problem here, Zach, is this race can end under yellow. And just like in the Euro race, we've got a caution within 10 laps to go. So here's Northway. Watch O'Neill. This is going to be a way aggressive move. O'Neill's going to go middle and come off the racetrack, come off the top of the racetrack and come down into the 46. That's just an error you can't have within 10 to go in a 400-lap race. That takes everything we've been talking about with fuel mileage and completely dismantles it once again.
I think with the amount of laps we still have, as we see drivers back in the pit lane, see Dowd in the pit lane, everyone's putting tires on. They know that this is going to be a shootout to the end. They're only going to have a few laps when this race goes back green. We've got 16 cars back on the lead lap here. We got a couple of cars staying out to take the wave around now. Brian Barnes, Bob Beltrami, he's got some major nose damage. Wayne Hutchinson, Austin O'Neill.
Real quick, Itasca down on the way first. Kuhn took 2 tires. He's down on the way second. Then Dowd, Bennett, Adormitis. 1 car stays out. Would you like to guess who it is?
Is it Della Riva?
Eric Dalla Riva stays out. He's on some older tires. We've seen him hold his own. He's going to have the race lead, and if we get a restart caution, he could be in position to take this thing under yellow.
And the 5 of O'Neill is going to be the one going to the back for responsibility for the incident. So that negates him from getting any potential wave arounds or free passes here, I believe.
Well, this is going to be interesting.
Lights are back on top of the pace car, so we at least have another 2 laps.
Extra lap burned. Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Okay, so we'll get...
We're going to have 5 to go. We go green.
We'll get 1 to green. Yeah, we will have 5 laps to go. It's going to be a 5-lap shootout should we not have a caution. If the caution comes out after we take the green flag, this race is going to end under the yellow flag. There is no way, shape, or form, unless race control wants to fast forward the yellow flag, which I don't see them doing because they haven't done it all race. So, you know, this sets things up because if I'm in Nathan Dowd's spot, if I am in his spot, I would be scared. I would be very scared. He's the second car out there right now, based on the positions, and he's going to be starting behind the car that has older tires, that has the potential to not have enough gas to make it to the... No. De La Riva does have tires and gas to make it to the end, but he's on older tires than everybody else. So, actually, no. It looks like Dowd is starting fourth. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I'd still be nervous if I was in the third spot, because you've got all these cars behind you on fresh tires. You got the car who is leading the control car on old tires. That makes for a dicey restart, because if he doesn't go, you're stuck behind him, and that gives everybody open availability to get past you, and you lose everything that you might have.
The race control in previous splits were very hurry up on the restarts, on cautions. If we get a caution again, I would expect race control to be in hurry up mode and try to get one more restart in, even if only for a lap. Let's just hope that isn't a scenario we have to cross the bridge of. Let's just hope this thing goes green for 5 laps. I want to thank you all for tuning in this evening. It's been a pleasure as always. For myself, Andrew Cardinale IV, and alongside me, Zach Murtis. It's been a lot of fun. It's going to come down to these last 5 laps, these last 7.5 miles or so in the Majors Americas World 600. Here we go. Restart zone on the way. 5 laps to go. One hand from the starter. Green flag back in the air in the Majors Americas World 600. No caution off the jump. That's good. But here comes Pataska on De La Riva. He's going to go low.
The inside. He's got to defend against Dowd. The guy who has won just about everything so far in the Major Series across 2025. And now Pataska taking the nose out in front. It's going to be 4 laps to go across the flag stand. Dowd now to the inside for second. I'm not sure how long De La Riva is going to be able to hang on to that track position. Maybe he can grab a top 5 out of this. Maybe he can grab 6 or 7, but he's not going to be able to hold on to the win for this race. Now it's down to Dowd, chasing down Dallas Pataska to take this win away from the guy who has led just about 300 laps on the day.
I called it out earlier. You've got Adamitis, you've got Nash, you've got Challoner racing to get back into the top 5. I called these 3 out. I knew they'd come back up, and they are doing it here. 3 laps to go. There was a moment in the back there. I saw Northway all over the place. De La Riva falls down to 6th.
This is heating up. These are the 2 drivers that we had pegged for potentially winning this race. Pataska has led the most laps of the day. Dowd has been the car to beat on the fuel strategy on these long runs. He has been the car on rails. Popsicle sticks, Andrew. 2 laps to go.
On board with Nathan Dowd as he approaches. And Dallas Pataska will win the Majors Americas World 600. Caution is out. This race is over. Dallas Pataska will win.
Oh my goodness.
We'll follow this to the white flag here. There's the caution flag. No white flag displayed with it, but there it is. The final lap underway.
You know,
I love white Barney. Flag brought to you by Whiplash Simcams.
I love Barney, but I think he's got to learn how to wave 2 flags at once.
And this race is over. All they've got to do now is pace back around, and Dallas Pataska will be your race winner. 322 laps led when he comes back around for this driver out of the Midwest, who has put everything on display all night long. Started 2nd. He was the 2nd fastest qualifier all week. And to the line here under yellow, Dallas Pataska will officially win the Majors Americas World 600. Race winner, car 24.
Dallas Pataska led 80.5% of the laps tonight. There's some math for you. Oh my lord. What an outstanding race this was to cover, Andrew. This was amazing to watch from these guys. They put on a class of the field most of the race. I think getting into that last 100 laps is where the cautions really started to play a factor. But I feel like this race gave us everything. Gave us strategy, close racing, cautions. We had just about all we could get from what is a classic NASCAR-style race.
And this is the first race that Nathan Dowd will not take a checkered flag in. He got a class win at Daytona. He won the race in the Intimidator. He won the GT World Challenge event at Road America. He does not win the World 600. That streak comes to an end.
Think about the points, Andrew. Pataska is about to have an amazing day in the points and really cement himself as a championship contender here. You know, the great thing about the Major Series when it comes to their schedule is that it tests the ability of these drivers across multiple different disciplines. And when you have drivers such as Dallas Pataska, Nathan Dowd, that are competitive on the best level they can be in every single form of racing that they have on this calendar, that gives them a huge advantage for this run in the championship.
Dallas Pataska parks it, and we'll go back and find out what happened to put us under this yellow flag in the first place. Let's go back and find out. Back to the green flag. I think this is just after it happened. Yeah, they're slow here. Let's go back a little further. I believe it was Sebastian Jackson. Oh, my.
Oh.
Wow, and Brian Barnes. No.
No.
Go back a little further. What happens here? 04 Dolson on the outside comes down. Jackson was there. Just a miscommunication late in this race, and it ends up with this. Barnes nowhere to go. His luck ran out.
He made it all 400 laps.
Puts us under yellow to end this race. One more look at it. Dolson come down the racetrack. Sebastian Jackson was there. Dolson goes down, hits the inside wall, and comes back up into traffic. Oh my gosh. Well, Zach, this whole thing ends under yellow. 600 miles to end under caution. Unbelievable stuff from the field all night long, though. A very clean race, all things considered. If we look back at the race info here, you're talking about 13 cautions over the course of 400 laps. That's a pretty good margin. 22 lead changes made it exciting all night long. We never really knew who was going to win until the very end of it with Dallas Pataska out front. Pataska, of course, goes to victory lane, and we should hopefully be talking to him. We'll at least be talking to Nathan Dowd, but let's go through your unofficial race results. And in front, of course, we talked about it. Pataska with the win. Second place, I feel for him. Nathan Dowd. The fuel mileage just never worked out for him. He ends up second. Tom Abramitis there in third. Tom Abramitis, Robert Nash, Christian Challoner. I called him out with like 40 to 50 to go. They would come back through the field, and they did come back through the field. All three marked back into the top five there. Brian Bennett 6th, Eric Dallariva 7th, Jackson Wade 8th, Christian Abate 9th, and Lynn Kinchlow. Zach, talk about recovery drives. Lynn Kinchlow takes the top 10.
I really wasn't expecting that. So many different drivers throughout the field that gave us unexpected finishes. Let's talk about this one. Ryan Steele in the 11th spot. He was up inside the top 5 just about all race. Ends up 11th after it's all said and done. You gotta feel for the man. That is absolutely rough. I would have loved to see him finish a little bit higher. But hey, I mean, that happens. Nick Kuhn ends up in the 12th spot. Brendan Polt in 13th. Robert Northway ends up 14th. A couple of other drivers that should have had some pretty strong runs. Lionel Callisto. That's one guy who was running third just about all race long. Second at times. He might have actually led some laps, if I'm not mistaken. Ends up 15th on the day. 16th goes to Brian Barnes. Austin O'Neill ends up 17th. Bob Beltrami ends up in the 18th position. Wayne Hutchinson 19th, and then Greg McInerney, oh my goodness, I'm getting tongue-tied again. He ends up in the 20th spot. There's so many different unexpected finishes throughout the field.
All these guys now lap down. Chris Willard, Jason Wallet, Ross Banfield, Kevin Hill. Some heartbreak there through that group. Ray Partridge completes the weekend, but does it 2 laps down here in the World 600. Brian McGreevy there in 26th. Scott Kennedy 27th. Don Dolson involved in that last crash, and Sebastian Jackson involved in that last crash. They each finished 28th and 29th. James Morris, an early exit in 30th. Then Austin Peterson, Wyatt Gray, and Eric Staropoli, all many laps down. But you know what? Everybody made it halfway. That's pretty impressive in a 33-car field. That does not happen every day in a World 600. That will end today's Driver of the Day vote, and race winner Dallas Pataska is your Driver of the Day. Pretty deserving, I'd say. So congratulations to Dallas Pataska on top of the win. He takes home Driver of the Day. And, you know, he hadn't connected yet for an interview, but he has connected now. We'll grab race winner and Driver of the Day, Dallas Pataska. Dallas, that had to have you probably anxious there those last few laps. That last restart, how did it go for you?
Yeah, it was dicey for sure. I mean, backing it up before then, I mean, just getting that caution. I mean, Steele behind me just pitted. I'm like, all right, I'm literally coming down the next lap, and we get the yellow. So, I mean, that really set it up. After that, it was just, you know, getting the stop right. You know, making sure we didn't have anybody come out with 2. We did have one guy stay out, but fortunately, I was able to get by him pretty quickly. And then, yeah, in that very last restart with, I think it was Dowd behind me. I mean, he was there. I short field too much, so I was a little bit snug. I didn't quite have the rotation I wanted, so he was there. I couldn't really pull away. My car in general wasn't a short run car at all, but fortunately we got a little caution that saved me. I think we're probably going to be side by side if we went another lap or 2. So I was puckered for sure. It was a long race and everything, so but it was fun. So happy to be here. Kind of got lucky a little bit with the end, but overall I think I had the pace to be in victory lane.
You say lucky, but there had to be a reason that you stayed out as long as you did, waiting for a yellow. I mean, what kind of decision-making goes into that? Because you could have pitted early, you could have pitted in the middle of the stint, you could have pitted at the end. You were going to pit at the end, and then the caution comes out. But what kind of decision-making goes in? Because that's fuel strategy in one way or another. That is some kind of fuel strategy. How does that decision get made?
Really, it just comes down to if you go a lap down or not. You know, if we can come out and pit and not go a lap down, yeah, you might pit a little bit earlier there, put some tires on, and then be ready to cycle forward if you do get that caution, seeing as how everyone was going to have to come down anyways. But since you do go a lap down pitting here, it's a big risk. So my methodology, my approach is just, I need to go as long as my tank will allow me, and hopefully that's longer than everybody else. So fortunately, it kind of worked out that way, as you guys saw. But yeah, that's really what it came down to, is, you know, going a lap down under caution or while you're pitting. Yeah, it's a big no-no around here, especially when there's risk of a caution behind it. Otherwise, probably would have pitted a little bit earlier, but that was the play.
And if we pull up the points graphic one more time here to talk about it, you come in 3rd place, don't have a win yet, 117 back in Nathan Dowd, and this gets you a leg up. It's not a huge leg up in the points, but a leg up at least to earn some points and cut into that gap. How do you approach the Speedway 500 going into the next race to try and keep inching away and getting back up to Nathan Dowd in the standings?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's a lot of the same approach that led me to success here. It's just, you got to be there at the end first. I mean, obviously I had a lot of good pace and I was able to have some early gaps up front, but I mean, that's not what I was relying on. It was really just, I need to be in the top 5. I need to be, you know, either in control of the field or near the front of the field to stay out at any potential cautions in the back. I know there were a couple people, I think Christian might have got caught up with some of that, and it's just, yeah, you don't want to be back there. So changing pace a little bit to the IndyCar, it's definitely a different animal. But we've had good success there in the past years. So again, no, it's just going to be survival. Be there at the end. If we're there at the end, should be able to put together some good points. IndyCar, that's not one that I'm circling like, oh, I want to win it, but it's one of those that you want to go in and not have to use a drop round on. So that's the goal there.
There you go, Dallas Pataska, 322 laps led. Zach, what was the number again?
80.5% of the entire race.
That's impressive. Dallas, congratulations. Good to talk to you when it's all said and done, and hopefully we'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
We'll move on down to second place, and Zach, this is somebody that I really thought, a couple of times, I thought he had the race won. Almost there at the end, then a caution came out. It's Nathan Dowd.
Yeah, he just did an absolute masterclass of fuel saving, led about 1/16 of the whole race. Nathan, you did a great job to get that car back up into the second spot. I mean, what's going through your head, man? You fell one spot short. You almost had that race won.
Yeah, just, I feel frustrated that I had that fuel mileage for the end there to, like everyone else had to stop, and I was looking good there until that last caution came out. So I think I had it won if that didn't happen, but I mean, just to get in that spot, I got lucky with the caution before that coming out right at the right time. Similar to what happened at Daytona for us, where I was able to, I knew I had a leg up on guys in terms of the fuel saving there. I was able to stretch it a few laps longer than everybody, so I knew that was an advantage, and the caution came out at the exact right time there with like 51 to go. And I was just saving, was going to make it. Yeah, so, I mean, but to be fair, Dallas deserved to win that. He was by far the fastest guy out there on pace, so I can't be too mad. There's a lot of luck involved, so just, I mean, still a P2 is an amazing result, so we'll be happy with that and move on.
Well, I think the name of the game was saving, absolutely. And Andrew and I were discussing in spades really about your fuel saving strategy, because you really had the best fuel saving strategy, in our best opinion, of how the race was going on. I mean, you got to let us in a little bit on what the basis was for that strategy. Were you trying to cut out a pit stop at the end and run this race one stop shorter than everybody else, or were you just thinking that over the course of the long run it was just going to add up in your favor?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured, practicing, I knew I was pretty comfortable getting 48 laps on the tank. And so just kind of doing the math, I could stretch it to 50 if I really tried, and, just cutting it up into chunks like that. So, like, ideally if the race went full green, I feel like I could have made that on the, 50 lap stints. But I mean, you're giving up, and, so there's a little bit of balance there, because you're going to give up a lot of time early in the stint doing that. But so I don't know, I figured I had an advantage there just because it seemed like I could save a few laps more than everybody else. So, and I knew Dallas had me on pace. I was able to kind of hang with them there at the very end, but I'd be very surprised if I was going to be able to be quick enough to get alongside them or anything like that, but you never know. But so I knew that was an advantage I had, and probably my best chance to win was to kind of play the long game like that, where no one else seemed to be doing it. And it almost worked out at the end, but yeah, I mean, it worked for us in Daytona, so I figured why not give it another try here.
Absolutely. Well, this might be the only race so far that you haven't been able to grab a checkered flag in, but you still brought it home on a podium, so that's a good win for you right there. But congratulations, Nathan. I'm sure you're looking forward to the next race, the Speedway 500 coming up. Hopefully you'll have a good run there, and maybe you'll take another win and keep that points lead in check. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
And that's a pretty content Nathan Dowd on a second place finish, and you got to respect it, Andrew. He did a good job about trying to get that car up to the front.
And he kept it up front just about all night long. Yes, there were some detours where he did some fuel saving, but had a really good night, say, for the 7 car. On his way to keeping that points lead going into the 5th round of the season. That's always a good thing for sure. That gets it done here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Next up, the World 600 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway with the IndyCar. That's on May 4th. And Zach, that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Are you?
Oh, I am. I absolutely am. I'm going to do my best to make sure that I'm going to be up here in the booth with you calling all that action. What I would really hope they would do is they use the old Dallara, the IR05, but we get to see that at the GP of Miami, and that's going to be a really cool race too, so I'm looking forward to that one.
A couple of IndyCar races on this schedule as a whole. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a pleasure this evening. This will wrap things up. It's been a long 4 hours, 4.5 hours, but this will wrap things up finally for us. Thanks so much for tuning in. We want to take one more look at what's upcoming for us here, though. Next up, we head out to Detroit. That's in a couple of weeks almost with the North American Racing League. After that, we go to Monza with the same league, the same group. We were on a street course. Then we're on the full layout at Monza. Then we go dirt truck racing, the Badger State Showdown at Crandon International Raceway on April 30th with Regal Promotions. That should be a lot of fun. And then we continue on with the North American Racing League at Road Atlanta. And then that same weekend, we have the Speedway 500. So make sure to keep in touch with us here at Pit Stop TV. There's a lot of places to do so, Zach.
Let me get my, let me clear my throat. Let me see if I can break my record, because I definitely broke my record when we were coming to the green flag. PitStopTV.com, Facebook.com/PitStopTV, Instagram.com/Pit_Stop_TV, TikTok.com/PitStopTV1, Twitch.tv/Pit_Stop_TV, YouTube.com/PitStopTV1, and X.com/PitStopTV_. It's been 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have the patience or the time to run through that in a slow manner. You can absolutely read it on your screen right there. We're tired. I know Andrew's voice is dead. My voice is dead. I think we're both ready to go to bed, too.
We're getting there. I do want to congratulate the 3 drivers who attempted all 3 races. By the way, they completed all 3 races. Those being, of course, Robert Northway, Wayne Hutchison, and Ray Partridge. They completed to varying degrees. I think Partridge in this race, where was he? 2 laps down. Otherwise, lead lap finishes for Hutchison and Northway. That is impressive. That is extremely impressive, and a tip of the cap goes out to all 3 of those drivers. I know Ryan Steele and some others attempted 2 races and finished 2 races, but that Ironman award of 1,800 miles in one weekend is pretty dang impressive, if you ask me. 3 World 600s all completed for those drivers. Congratulations to them. That will do it for us this evening. I want to give a big thank you to the partners on the left side of the screen as well as the top right. Majors Garage, of course, powering the Majors series, but also here at Pit Stop TV, Whiplash Simcams, ATVO, CC's Business, Cody Williams Design, Lucky Performance, and the North American Racing League. Finally, one more time, thank you, Zach, for being here. It's been a pleasure. See y'all next time here at Pit Stop TV.